This video will be about me building this car. So this is a Zero Sport. This is made by 3 Racing, and it's this one's Zero with a C. The previous version, there was a previous version with a Z, Zero. So I guess that's pretty neat. You know, keeping, I guess, somewhat of a tradition going. Now the car is very inexpensive, but I do have a few pointers. So in the video I make a few mistakes, so I'm going to talk about those mistakes first, so that as you're watching and building along, you don't make those mistakes, you do that correctly. So one, I think I was too tired when I started, and the ball studs for the arms, for some reason I installed them in the middle, so then I had to remove them and then put them toward the back. So make sure that the arms, they actually go in the back two, top two, not the center four. This is for the bulkhead, and it's the same for the rear, arms, bulkhead in the middle. And I've built so many chassis, I don't know why I made that silly mistake. I mean, this is totally different build, different chassis though. So that is a pointer, but the most important thing, and this is something that you're going to see in the video that's going to bother me probably until the end of the video. I'm going to be upset, but I figured it out. So now I did not put the servo horn on purpose. Now the steering is relatively free. It's not as free as I would like it, but relatively free. So here is the recommendation. Do not tighten the ball studs fully until the arms and everything is installed. Once everything is installed, steering everything, then go in there and slowly snug them up. And the reason why is if you snug these up first, what could happen is once you put the arms, they're going to be at a slightly different angle, possibly, that's what I'm assuming. But once the top arms go on, your steering's going to bind. It's going to bind like mad. The other thing too is the screws that actually hold the steering, these top screws in the back, the front ones are all right, but these, they're barely tight. You barely want to put some torque in those. I mean, those are very low torque. So you will notice that those will bind too with the slightest amount of force. So my recommendation is use thread lock and then as light as you can. This thing does come with some thread lock. I used my own. This looks like it's red, but I'm not sure. I wouldn't use red. But, well, 222, I would have to see what it is. Maybe it's purple. If it's purple, that's actually really good. That's probably what it is. I should have used this one, low strength. Yeah, that's the purple. I was thinking red. I used blue. So blue, it's purple, blue, and then red. Don't use red, but I used blue. So now my steering is all right. But you're going to see in the video once I build, I'm actually upset, but this is so much better than before. You wouldn't believe. Something else too, the sway bar in the front. It says that it should extend out, so that little bit should extend out about 3.5 millimeters, I believe it said. Yeah, it's more like 7.5. So I set those, so I set the ball studs for the sway bar at the 3.5, and the sway bar here in the front was arching. And then it was pushing these ends back to where the suspension was now binding, so it's no longer moving up and down freely as it should. So that was a disaster. Oh, that's also the other reason why you really don't want to tighten these fully in the beginning, because it can cause your suspension to bind. So yeah, these are somewhat of a pain, I'll be honest, for the arms. In the front, it's the front that's a pain, or at least it was for me. So what I ended up doing is, or what I recommend is install the front. So install the front part of the sway bar, leave these ends loose. So you're going to grab, so make sure those ball studs are in the link. So link them and then bring in the sway bar, slide it through and leave it loose. Tighten everything in the front first, and then just set it on your bench or wherever you're working. Make sure it's flat. And then the link, make sure it's standing up straight. Once it's vertical, tighten it wherever it is. It should be about 7.5 millimeters. approximately 7.5, 7.6, somewhere around there. And the rear, just do the same thing for the rear as well. It's the same. I mean, this thing's sticking out. I'm not sure. I can't really tell. 3 millimeters probably. But it's easier if you do the same thing for that. Now, something else, the shocks. The shocks are going to hit right in here. So the body of the shock is going to hit the tower. There's no getting around that unless you add more spacers and stand up the shocks. So if I were to pop this out, I guess I could pop it. I don't want to pop it back in, but whatever, I could show you. Let's try it out. Right there. All right. So actually I showed you in the video, but anyway, you can kind of see the alignment. You're going to have to push it and force it just a little inside. So that is normal. Go ahead and do that. That actually hurt. But that's the only way you're going to get them. But eventually the plastic is going to give a little and it'll work out. But that's something. So don't be surprised if that happens. There's no screw there. So there's no screw here. So keep that in mind for the bumper. It's just the 2 outer screws. I don't know why there isn't a center screw. I guess I can try driving one in. I mean, I have plenty of countersunk screws. I could try to see. Yeah, I could definitely put another one. So mine either didn't come with one or I have no idea. But I'm going to try to put another screw there. So I have 3 screws out of my screw box. But I think that's it for the front. So the shocks, don't be surprised if you have to sort of force them into place. Sway bar, leave them loose, but make sure that you slide. Always install the links on the pivot balls first, because I make the mistake of installing the pivot balls and then putting in the links. It's harder. You can do it, but it's harder. So put the pivot balls in the links and then do the pivot balls. All right, so that's pretty much it for the general front. So this involves front and rear. Some of these arms are labeled A and B. Originally, when I was looking at them, I assumed, all right, A and B must be left and right. That makes sense. No, it does not. So A and B, that is left. Sorry, so A is left, B is right. So make sure if it has an A, it's for the left side. If it's B, it's for the right side. So even these in the video, these things, these little hooks, I installed them backwards because I wasn't looking at the letter. So if it's A, it goes here. If it's B, it goes on the other side. And the reason why I figured it out is because I grabbed a tire and I saw that it was rubbing on the tire. That little dimple there was rubbing on the tire. And speaking of rubbing on the tire, these you're going to have to try to bend out of the way because they're going to rub the tires. So I may actually try filing them down, although I have been applying pressure to bend them and it's been working. So I may do that. And then once I race it, I'll see how it works. Oh, that was actually pretty nice. Oh, now they're clear. All right, so you just need to apply force and try to bend them. I might apply some heat and then try bending them. But that was one little gripe that I had. The other gripe is the transmission is actually not the smoothest in the world. It's all right, but it's not that smooth. And once you build it, put it together and spin it, you're going to see it doesn't really spin freely for that long at all. But that's just normal. There was nothing I could do about it. Another thing that's very important is the arms. So the arms, where is it? This one here. I don't know if you can tell, but on this link, there's some super glue. I broke it, so I cracked it. I cracked it halfway. That's why I got away with the super glue. If not, probably would have needed another part. But it just barely cracked and I stopped. And then I just backed it out and applied glue and then held it together. But what you need to do with the screw, there's a little screw that goes here and it has threads and then it has no threads and then threads again. So it threads to here and it threads to there. Put it in here. So you're going to put your driver in through here and then the screw goes on the opposite side. And then you're going to go left as if you were backing it out because you're backing it out in through this side. So that's how you tighten it. You actually tighten by going left or backing it out. So back it out about 2 millimeters. Once you back it out 2 millimeters, oh, first of all, it's going to be a pain to do it if you're just using a regular driver. It'll be easier if you use a box wrench. If you're using MIP tools such as this, I want to say this is about a 21 millimeter box wrench that you can just slide over and do that. Or, I am so glad I have this for the first time in my life since I bought this. Yeah, just backed it up, but just make sure it's about 2 millimeters, because if you go farther, that part without threads is going to start coming through where the threads are, and then you'll probably damage them, just because of the length. So go about 2 millimeters, and then once you do that, go right, so it pushes it out, right? As if you're driving it in, you're trying to push it out this end, or this end, right? And as soon as you see a millimeter sticking out, then take this rod end, but try to pre-thread the rod end first if you can. But anyway, that first millimeter, go ahead and thread the rod in that first millimeter, and then, so grab this, thread that millimeter, and then go through the screw and then pull it with the screw. That's the way you're going to get it. The reason why is if you're not careful, what ended up happening is this screw was too far in here, not far in enough over here, and it just pushed this and broke it. Something else I guess that you could do is you can take a drill and just drill this a little deeper. If you end up going through it, no big deal, but try not to go through. So that would be another tip. Other than that, let's see, sway bar, same story as the front, covered that. Yeah, that's pretty much it. So so now for some other comments. For the price, that's pretty good for the price. I mean, this is an inexpensive kit. It's to get started. But one of the things that I noticed is this is stiff as can be. I might remove a screw out of the transmission, maybe out the back. But this is really stiff. And the top deck, I only installed the two screws, and then the two here. And it's really stiff, so I didn't even do all 4 screws. But here, let's see if you can see. So I'm actually applying, I'm not sure if you can see my thumb and fingers, but I'm actually trying to apply quite a bit of force. This thing is stiff. This would probably be a very good carpet car. Well, I mean, you know, it's subject to opinion what very good means, but compared to this graphite chassis, sure, let me move this out of the way so it's clear. I mean, this thing flexes like nobody's business. And yes, all the screws are tight, there's nothing loose, but this is, see, a big difference. So I'm really curious how this one will do on asphalt. Maybe it'll do great, maybe it'll do fine. If it does fine for the price, you know what, I'll take it, whatever. But other than that, it is somewhat of a pain. I'll be honest, it was somewhat of a pain. So hopefully my experience will make your build easier and more enjoyable. But now, now that I've showed you how, yeah, this thing, if it flexes enough as it turns, it will rub. Maybe I'll take a file and just file these on the inside a little, or I can use my Dremel. When I say Dremel, I mean an actual Dremel, not a rotary tool that isn't a Dremel. It's a Dremel rotary tool. And then just grind that off, or even like I said, a file. Quick thing in the video, I did not install these. So these, what you do is you're just going to drop them in and then just put a body clip in there and that will hold them. And the body goes on top. You do that. For the rear post, you're going to have to measure the height to the body relative to the hub and then drill the holes in the back, slide the body in, do that. And you do the same thing with these here in the back. But let me remove the wheels just so I can take the weight, because I have no idea how much this weighs as it is. Now it does have a big massive servo, so I will be removing the servo as well, mainly because I forgot how much that servo weighs, or else I would just subtract it. It happens to be the ProTech. It's ProTech RC 155S servo. It's just what I have here. I don't have another low profile servo unless I take one off my MO7, which I'm not driving right now. But I don't want to, but I may have to. Let's see. So let's go ahead and do this. And I mean, something else that I could possibly do is only use 2 screws for the servo, maybe. Like I said, this thing is stiff. Even when I remove the servo, you will see how stiff this thing is. It's one of those moments where I'm looking at the, let's switch. Looking at this guy. There we go. And this will be an approximation. The reason why I say an approximation is because I'm not going to have all the screws in it. Well, I guess I can put them off on the side on the scale. All right, here we go. All right, servo is off. I could just remove it off here. Now, I promise I am going to go into the build after this, but let me just do this good stuff. Alright, so we'll do that, set the servo off to the side. I'll try to put all this stuff on top of the chassis. And let me get the scale up here. I'll put these in here too. I mean, it doesn't matter, but there's some body clips I can use. And let's see. Numbers are not on screen. We'll go ahead and slide it over. I think the numbers are on the screen now. And it's 597 grams. So 597 grams, and then you get to dress it all up. I don't remember how much my Xray X4 weighs or how much my Yokomo BD9 weighed. That's a good question. But that's what I have here. So I actually just changed to, let's see, 597, 598. Well, that being said, I think those are pretty much all the tips and tricks. Everything else you will see in the video. And like I said, don't make some of the mistakes I made. I just explained how to go about that. Mainly, the steering is going to be a pain to keep it from binding and being stiff. This is as loose as I could get it, which is, I guess, good enough for now. So we'll see. Well, let's go to the build. I'm going to begin the build of the Cero Sport. So Cero Sport is a pretty inexpensive chassis, actually. This is the fiberglass one. They do make a higher end one. So this one's under $200, and then the other one's over $300. That's the one with all the carbon fiber and aluminum bits. But this is just the fiberglass one. But I'm going to try it out. Why? Because it's so inexpensive. You're looking at under $200. It's just under $150. Actually, a buddy of mine and I ordered some spare arms. And to give you an example, so this is my Xray. Each one of these arms is over $20. So if you look at the lower arms, if you want a full set of lowers, you're looking at $100 just for the lower arms. That does not include the top arms. This car over here, $42, and I was able to purchase a full bottom set, full top set, and then spare fronts on top of that. Now, keep in mind, quality is totally different. This is an inexpensive kit, so I'm not saying this is as good as the Xray, not at all. I'm just saying it's an inexpensive option for getting into the hobby. Let's go ahead and get started. So I've already trimmed a lot of the pieces, and I've used a file to file them down. This is the spur gear that comes with it. It is 102 tooth. I'm going to be using my gear, which is an 83. So that's the only swap I will have here. Everything else, I've already put some oil on the bearings. I usually use this stuff, but you can use any gear oil. Just depends on what you want to do. So here we go. we're going to begin with the differential. So we're going to need this. Now, something that I would do is, or recommend, is that you use some type of lubricant. You can use grease or the screen slime. I like using the screen slime. This stuff, Team Associated used to sell it in tubes. Now they have them in these little cans, which I had one somewhere. I have to look for one. But I actually prefer the other stuff because then you just dab your finger, dab the part in it, and it's just easier to work with. But just lubricate the ends, O-rings, and the shims. That way they do not bind with the O-rings and break them up. And there we go. And all right. All right, so shims, everything is lubricated. So once it's lubricated, now I can begin the rest of the build. So we'll be grabbing this end and then one of these. So then just drive this through, and there will be a bearing that's going to go through here, but see, these things, they can go over. So don't worry about placing these bearings in first. Although that is a very nice fit. All right, it'll stay there. My worry generally is putting something on and then flipping it this way and accidentally dropping it on the parts. So that's the only reason why I say it. But here we go. So the O-ring is in here. Now I can go ahead and insert the shim. So it's this larger shim. Looks like a washer. Press that in slightly. Once it's sat properly, now I can go ahead and grab one of the pins. So we have a pin right here, and the pins, you're going to want to line up that hole. So there's a hole in here. Line that up with one of these endpoints, these little boxes. That way you can drop the pin in here and then slide it in. Go ahead and grab the pin, and let's see. It's lined up with the groove. Perfect. That'll make it easy. Well, maybe not so easy. Yeah, there we go. I dropped it. Oh, wrong one. That's the one. So two of these have a little limiter here. That's going to be for this part right here, so it doesn't go farther in. So you want to find the ones that are milled all the way through. Well, I guess this isn't milled, this is molded. So there's no milling involved in this plastic. I think some real needle nose would probably be better. Why am I not getting it? All right, let's try again. There we go. All right, so what I did is I just tried pulling slightly with my finger. So I stuck it in there and I pulled slightly just to hold the pin, and then I pushed it. So I sort of released. Now I can go ahead and drop a gear for good luck, and I'll go ahead and place it here. And that's it. So this side is finished. Now, once you finish this, now you will need the lubricant. Now, the lubricant for the rear differential, it comes with some in this bag. So you have the remaining parts bag. Remaining parts bag, this will have your lubricants. I will probably use whatever's in here, which appears to be 5K. Fine, small amount. Although I do have a regular bottle of 5K. Wondering if I should even bother opening this, or if I should just use one of these. I'll use the stuff in the kit because I have to grab the other lubricants from the other box, and I don't, well, let's see, 5K, there it is. Nope, that's 15. There was a 5. Here we go. 5,000. So I'll set that aside. There's no point in opening it. Just give it away to somebody at a race. Now, per the instructions, you put the gears in. Then once the gears are in, you have to fill it up to the top of the cross. But the very first step is actually to put some oil, just like I did, and then you lay the cross. So make sure that you're just covering up the gear. So once you cover up the gear, you just stop. And then you're going to put the cross with the other gears. So we have this, and these will face each other. So all of these spider gears will face each other like this. And I used to always wonder why they were called spider gears, and then it sort of clicked because the gears are cut in the way where they look like a dead spider, the way dead spiders kind of close their legs, which is pretty cool because spider legs, they work based on hydraulic pressure. So think about it as if they were blood driven. So when the spider dies, right, let's just say the heart stops. So there's no more hydraulic pressure in the legs, so that's why they compress. So they pretty much pump fluid into the legs, and that's what stretches them out. Once they're dead, you can't pump that fluid in, so the legs will compress. They'll contract, actually contract, not compress. Well, I guess they compress because of the lack of the fluid too. I never measured one. I just think spiders are really cool. I would not have one as a pet. They should stay outside of nature. Eat all those bugs that keep eating my tomatoes. Actually, I don't really have a bug problem right now. I do have a lot of tomatoes. All right. I have way too many tomatoes. Well, I guess there's no such thing as too many tomatoes. Right now, my wife manages to process whatever we have, so that's good. It's not like they're spoiling. And if they did, we would give them away, so you can never have too many tomatoes, I guess, realistically. Well, if it's a single household, I'm sure somebody will come up with a way to talk about too many tomatoes. What if you're in a giant box and there's 3 stories of tomatoes on top of you? Do you have too many tomatoes or not enough? Okay, come on, let's be realistic. All right, great. So this is set. Do not overfill this, and the reason why it's very important that you do not overfill this is this gear will eventually go in and displace some of the fluid. As it displaces the fluid's going to want to come out. If it goes above that surface line, this seal will not seal properly because there will be fluid in between it and this face. So you're going to have a leak. You're going to have a leaky differential. You don't want that. And that, I would say, would be probably the biggest newbie mistake ever. And not even newbies. Sometimes I'll close it, then I have to go through and remove some of the lubricant. I'm trying to be nice. I usually don't make that mistake anymore. And that's the key thing, anymore. All right, this is lubricated. Let's go ahead and grab this. All right, and once it's set, go ahead and grab this other bit. All right, and now I'll gauge the level. Definitely need more lubricant. Just a smidge. And you probably noticed that I put lubricant here. So in many of my builds, you will notice that I'll put a little drop right here in that little square. That's because I don't want the air in there, because eventually that air bubble, as it sits for a while, so differential will sit, let's just say this is the bottom, the oil will come and fill that gap, that air will come up to the top, and then once it's in action, it'll aerate the inside. So that's the reason why. And don't put too much fluid, because the little tabs will go in there and displace it, but just put some. And it still needs a little more. So what I'm using as a judge is actually the corners right between the spider gears. If those look pretty even and full, then I'm good. If it looks like I have a meniscus, then I'll add a little lubricant. And I dropped the little seal here, the gasket. All right, good stuff. Oh, I forgot to punch those out. So there's these little holes you have to punch out. Well, they're pre-punched, but I'll do it with the screw. So now at this point, I need to go ahead and grab my driver. It should be a, this is 1.5. No, that's a 2. I'm trying to remember if I've seen a differential with, it uses a 2mm driver for differentials. Usually it's 1.5, I believe. I could be wrong. I can't remember when I built my X-rays. Or the Yokomo, for that matter. Now, plastic is a lot easier to mold. You don't really need a metal differential, although they look really nice if you look at the Mugans. But use plastic because probably it's easy, it's inexpensive, but it's also lightweight, although there isn't much difference between plastic and aluminum when it comes to weight. Aluminum is a very good material when it comes to metal, sorry, not metal, what am I thinking? Weight versus mass. It's very good, or strength, I should say. Man, yeah, that's why you don't build things. It's like weight versus mass. I mean, there is technically a difference between weight versus mass. Weight is a force, right? Mass times acceleration. So one's a product of the other. All right, here we go. And I do have an electric screwdriver. I'm just choosing not to use it. And the main reason why I'm choosing not to use it is, I know where it is. It's in one of these drawers here on my bench, but then you can follow along. Gives you a little more time to look at the parts, do everything. Gives me some exercise. All right. Do not over tighten these, because if you over tighten these and strip one, you pretty much have to get a whole new diff case because it will probably not seal. All right, that is free. I think I should have gone with lighter weight, but we'll try that. But I think lighter weight oil might have been better. I'll do a few races though, per the kit instructions. But there's a differential. So the differential, this is the rear component. The spool goes in the front, and you always want the spool in the front so that the front wheels pull the car as you're accelerating out of turns. Because if you do it the other way, the rear wheels are going to be locked together because of the spool, and then you're just going to spin out. I guess if you like drifting, that might be a good idea. And if you put a differential in the front, you've probably noticed this with vehicles that have differentials front and rear and they're just greased. So say like a Fortec, you take a turn, hard turn, that inside front wheel just lifts and unloads, and the car almost wants to dig in on the outer wheel. And that's why you use the spool. So if you have one of those RCs, the Fortec has a sealed differential, if I recall, but it works better with the spool. Just swap it with the spool. All right, speaking about spools, here are the spool parts. So you're going to have these, and these will go together. So just imagine this way. It should have two little lips on the side because that's what's going to hold the belt and guide the belt in. So these little rims here, that's what holds them in. So you'll notice if you try putting it backwards, it's not going to fit. This thing will just fall in place right in here, just like that. And then here we go. All right, so we have this little plastic bit. Now one side is flat. The flat side is the one that goes up against this here, and it goes on the thin side. So if you grab this thin disc, that goes here, line up the holes, and then this one, and you line up all the holes. All right, so all the holes will be lined up, and then you just drive the screws through. It's actually pretty simple. This feels really light too. I mean, so far, keep in mind this is bag one, but I don't see any issues with the differentials being too cheap or anything. I mean, they feel just like most differentials would in most cars. Just getting these started, so these are threaded. Here we go. All right, so now we have these two bits right here, and both of them are the same side. Notice these things are made to be keyed, so it looks like a little block. And that's because this is squared too. So it doesn't really matter which one goes on which side. Just put one on one side, the other on the other. One thing that I am kind of curious though is how these will hold up, and I think actually there's a little bag with upgraded parts. Let me see what those parts are. I should have checked those earlier. No, these are just hubs. So I will be installing these once I get to that bag. That's the bulkhead and also the wheel hubs. But I'm wondering how these will hold, these plastic ones. Now, I'm going to be using this on a high turn motor, so it's not going to go that fast. So they should hold up quite well, I hope. I mean, I've had some other cars with plastic outdrives, and they've held out great. I have destroyed some, for example, on my Fortec 2.0, and one of them destroyed the plastic ones, but then again, that thing was overpowered, so I went to the metal ones. If you haven't seen those videos, do watch them. I got one of those things going just over 60 miles per hour on 2S. All right, there we go. All right, just visually inspecting. The screw looks like it goes there. These are not pulling out. So that is it. So now I can go ahead and slip the, all right, don't do that. So bearing goes in first. So in the front, definitely put the bearings in. Well, let me try it again, maybe not, because here it shows the bearings after. So what's going on? Actually, that does make sense. The bearings should go first. All right, so that's what I get for following the directions. If I had not read the directions, I would have done it right. This is one of the few cases, though. All right. Oh, are these the wrong bearings? Oh, wait, no, they go here. There we go. All right, so slip the bearings on first on the spool. There we go. Now, when you slide the bearings in, try to slide them as perfect as possible. Or, yeah, as flat as possible. And the reason why is if they go in at an angle, they're going to start to catch on the plastic and they will not slide smoothly. And then you run the risk of damaging the plastic. There we go. Wonderful, wonderful. All right. Here we go. So now we can go ahead and work with this. So this piece, this is what will be holding the gear. So the gear goes in there in those little tabs. If you've built kits before, you know how these work. But if not, those little tabs, those go into the little holes right on the gear and hold it together. But we're going to need this. And to notice this one has some tabs too. Those will be locking right in here. It has the little holes. Just line those up and then it just presses together. Then once it's pressed together, you have this ring that has a lip on it. It looks like a little hat. That goes on that back side. So on this part that we just slipped in. So not where the tabs are, the opposite side. That's where it goes. All right. Now we're going to have this brass spacer that will go in there. Now we have the small bearing. It goes in here. Now, like I mentioned, before I did all of this, I had already lubricated the bearings. So that's something to keep in mind. And all right, so the bearings pushed in all the way. So just go ahead and push it. It will be maybe 4 millimeters in, roughly. And then the gear simply sits on top, just like that. There'll be some screws, I'm sure, in a future page. I mean, there have to be. But right now, we'll just set this off to the side. And there's no way to confuse the spool and the differential. There's just no way. Size difference, weight difference. Doesn't rotate independently. Rotates independently. So just set them off to the side. Put this off to the side as well. And this lubricant I can go ahead and put away, and then I can go ahead and grab bag number 2. All right, I'm going to start with bag 2, but before I do, I decided to grab some of my Xray spares, just for kicks and giggles, because these things feel heavy. I'm not sure which are the front or the rear, so I'm just going to weigh one of each. This is a front arm of the Xray, 6 grams. And this is a rear arm, 6 grams right there. They're about the same. This one's probably between 6 and 7 if I had to take a guess because it looks larger. Oh, maybe they are both 6 grams. But these look pretty light. These are the carbon fiber infused arms. I actually do like these arms quite a lot. And the reason why I like them is because sometimes the carbon fiber will break. So if you take a really hard hit, but the plastic will hold it together long enough to finish a race. Many times. Sometimes if you hit it hard enough, you will destroy them, but many times that happens. So that was 6 and 6. This is 12, so this weighs as much as 2 arms. This is 12. Now I'm curious about the chassis. I don't have a separate chassis. I am going to weigh the entire kit at the end, 91 grams. I am going to weigh the entire thing at the end. I am planning on using this for VTA, so that might actually work. And since the lower arms are heavy, maybe it'll keep my center of gravity low, because VTA, I always have to add weights. But we'll see. Then again, at the same time, it's more unsprung weight. I'm not sure how much it affects an RC car, though, compared to a real car. So I'll put these Xray arms off to the side. All right. So let's begin. To be honest, when I looked at these parts, it does not look fun at all. This looks like it's going to be a pain, but we'll see. We'll see. Maybe it will be nice. But this is page 2. So we have page 2. And we shall begin. All right. It looks like I will be needing the handy dandy wrench that is included here. Let's go ahead and take that out. 5.5 and 3. Oh, okay, this is nice. It's a nice little wrench. Although I wish these were thicker. Well, maybe no. Maybe not. Maybe I do need a thin one. So I'll take that back. Now, one of the things I'm going to say that I strongly dislike about this kit right off the bat, E-clips. I really dislike E-clips. But I guess the way this car was designed, it's necessary. So there's nothing I can do. Now I just have to figure out, are these marked top, bottom? Is there a top and a bottom? There is a top and a bottom. All right, so based on this, this should be the bottom. All right, so the flusher side should be the top. This part should be the bottom. Right, so place the arms this way. I have to figure out which ones are the front. I believe the longer arms are the front suspension. Based on the way it looks, yes, they have the larger curve. All right, well, here we go. So I'll put those pliers there. I'll get my 2.5 millimeter ready, and I will do the first arm. So let's see, 2 things to do. There is, how am I going to get that set screw in there? That is a very good question. Oh, all right. All right. So there's going to be a set screw that's going to go right in through here and then goes all the way through. A little recommendation, and per the manual instructions, use some grease. And more than likely, the reason why you want that grease is so that it doesn't create heat. You will be surprised how much heat is generated on a small little part like this when you're trying to drive it through some type of plastic or fiber. Oh, well, let me give you an example. If you take a 1/4 inch, so this is a stainless steel bolt, and it's a 1/4 inch in diameter, so 1/4 inch bolt that's, say, 3 inches long. And you grab a nylon washer and you thread it quickly, many times it'll create so much heat, you will actually break the bolt. It's kind of crazy. Yeah, stainless steel, I don't know what speed, but usually I want to say I'm pretty close to 600 RPMs whenever I drill through it. I have to move the belts on the pulleys, and I always go slow whenever I drill stainless steel. It generates heat like crazy. It's a very good conductor compared to steel. Regular steel, I can drill through that pretty fast. In comparison. I still drill slow. I mean, I would never drill steel as fast as, you know, I would run a spade blade through a piece of lumber. I mean, some of you might. I would not. Let's see. So I am thinking. Let's see. I'm thinking I should probably. Let's go ahead and grab some thread lock. Once I run out of this blue thread lock, I think I may buy the purple stuff. And the blue works. I don't know why I just put this at the end instead of trying to get the threads over here. Now it's just going to be messy. But going back to the thread lock, the purple is not as strong as the blue, which makes it easier to remove screws. Although I've never really had an issue. It might be too much. All right, so let's do that. Pull it back a little, grab the wrench. So I think one of the things that would be easier for me is somebody else did this. Just built my car. No, I'm kidding. All perfect. I'll try to stay positive. It's just I'm thinking of the Eclipse, and I really dislike Eclipse. All right, so there is one. So I can go ahead and do the other. Might as well. And I'm not worried about the grease once it gets to the other end where I'm putting the thread lock. The reason why is because of all the friction going through the plastic. But you could grab a little brush, a little towel, a little piece of rag, and then rub some alcohol through it. See, I can feel the heat already, which is one of the reasons why I slowed down. Some of you might be thinking, well, maybe if you got your finger out of there, you wouldn't be insulating the heat. I was like, you're right. My fat finger is an insulator. It's probably what's doing it. All right. Yeah, it's somewhat shiny. Yay. Small amount. Just a little goes a long way when it comes to thread lock in some of these components. All right, and the next step. So I have completed that. Here we go. So now I can grab this. Oh wait, nope. Two different sizes. No, they are all the same size. Maybe I should have clipped them on first. And that is the fee. Yep, that's what I was supposed to do. Let's see if I can still fit this in. So before you put those ball heads, these ball studs, clip the plastic in. It'll make your life easier. Although you can get them in either way. So if you were following along step by step, just right here, there's a little cutout. It's actually pretty good on the design. Just slip it in through there. And this thing, just make sure you have it on the correct side. So it's toward the top, right? So this is the bottom. Just slip it in through there. And then once it's in there, just grab your flathead screwdriver, place it, and then go right over like that. here we go. And that's it. All right, so we have that little bit. Fabulous. So now I need one of these little cups. The large ones, probably. Drop it for good luck, of course. All right, so this is going to go through the top, down the bottom, and it's the larger cups. So, well, I'm calling these cups. So that if these little bits here just go from top, send them toward the bottom, and then the E-clip is going to grab on here. So we'll go ahead and grab this, and then grab the E-clip, and then I'll whine and complain as I'm trying to install this because I don't like them. There we go, good stuff. I don't know if I can rotate the clip. No, I'm not gonna try. All right, I don't think it's necessary. Just make sure all the teeth are inside the little groove, so that has a groove. And one of the things to note about the E-clip too is that they're springs. And what I mean by that is you will notice they're slightly bent on purpose, so that's so they're always in tension. Well, it would be in compression. Here we go. So now I can grab the other cup, put it on the other side. So it goes top to bottom and it's in there. Something that you could do that I did not do is you could lubricate that part of the plastic. That's something else, but it's not really necessary because the E-clip is not going to allow it to move freely as one might think. And I'm saying this because I played with this one. That one's kind of stuck there. So there's really no need. There we go. All right, perfect. And now we have little plastic clips. All right, so now grab the smaller cups. Here we go. The smaller cups are going to go on the inside of the arm, but these are going to be the opposite. These go from bottom to top. You'll grab it, slide it all the way to top, all the way. And now you're going to use these C-clips. They're plastic. And then you slide those. Oh, that was easy. I like these plastic ones. I wonder how durable they are, though. Well, never mind. Spoke too soon. Oh, okay. Never mind. I got it in. All right, not too bad. Not too bad. All right. Let's go ahead and do the other side. So again, they go from the bottom to the top. These are the opposite. And then little plastic C-clips. And that is it. All right, perfect. Right here. So the bottom arms, it's the same build. Go top to bottom, E-clip goes in the bottom, and it's the longer one. Nope, other side. Here we go, right through here. this. Right through there. And let's go ahead and grab this other side. And we'll do the same thing. We'll drive this through. It's actually the same exact process. So I'm going to stop here just because of heat. Probably won't matter, but it's just me. Now these are fiber, so they're not regular plastic. These are fiber arms. So I do expect these to be strong. I have decided I will be using the electric screwdriver just for fun. It's slow enough. Go with the other one. This wrench, how am I supposed to tighten this? Oh, I guess I know. Maybe. No, not really. This will probably not work. Let me figure this out. There we go. So I was not able to turn this with the wrench just because of the design of the arm. So what I did is I just pushed that little hex screw, that little set screw in. Oops, that's the wrong, no, that is the right arm. See, just because of the angle I'm hitting the arm. So what I did is I held this part right here, held it. I drove this in. And then after driving it in, this stays, but now I'm holding this and I'm actually driving it out. So as I'm driving it out, this set screw is pulling the ball stud in. So that's the way I did it. So I just drove it in, just drive it in a turn more, turn and a half, 2, whatever, and then just drive it out while you hold this. So what's going to happen is the set screw is going to pull this one out, toward it. But there it is. Dun, 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 dun. All right, perfect. And then, check it, make sure. Yeah, see, I cannot spin it with my hand. As far as I'm concerned, that is good. Oh, this thing's just slippery. All right, good stuff. So I have that part of the arms. Now I'm going to need the cups on the inside, and they go from bottom to top. And I use these C-clips. So I'm not sure if this design is to keep the kit less expensive because they are just plastic parts, fiber parts, rather than metal that needs to be molded or machined. But the little barrels are a lot easier, just snap on. Or maybe not. Maybe I'll change my mind after I have had this for a while. But here we go. So the next step, did it again. All right, let's put this little sucker in there. So put these guys in there first, or else it's going to be somewhat of a pain. All right, let's see. Let's add screwdriver. May have to remove that stuff. So hopefully you learned from the first arms and you did this first. Let's see. There we go. Next thing you know, I put it on backwards, and I certainly did. I put this on backwards. Make sure it's facing the top. So this is on backwards. Fun stuff. Fun stuff. All right, let's pull this out. So this is the way you should do it. Put that in, drive this, line it up. You find a small wrench. I may end up modifying this and just shaving off some of the sides because this is worthless. Or I'll just use pliers. There we go. So I ended up using the pliers. So if you see me pull the driver and then put it back in, it's because I'm actually measuring the gap. Or sorry, not the gap, I'm measuring the distance of the little screw. All right, so at this point, now I can go ahead and install the ball studs. These ball studs will go on the outer part of the arms. Oh, these are 1.5. Nope, I was just not putting in the driver correctly. There we go. All right, so these will go here on these outer ones. I mean, it's the only hole that is left. Now, there are no shims that go in here, at least that I can see on the picture. Here we go. We'll definitely save some time. If you use an electric screwdriver, which I was originally not planning on using, just be very careful. This is just an inexpensive one. There's some other, DeWalt makes some really nice ones that have a little clutch. And then you can set the torque, so once it gets to a certain resistance, it slips. This one doesn't do it, so what I do is I just hold this lightly, and then as soon as it wants to spin it, then I let go. Just like that. So I'm using my hand as a torque sensor, I guess. Much faster. And just in case my wife watches this video, which I doubt, because it's a build video, let her know that I'm wearing my ring. All right, which I usually take off because of the lubricants, everything else. But today I figured I'd leave it on. I should have taken it off. All right, and that is it. Nope, that's not it. I'm missing the stoppers. Here we go. Now, if you're working on a flat bench or a bench that might have a slight little incline, one of the things that you can do is just use masking tape. So if you just square everything off with masking tape, the screws will roll off, and then they'll stop right there. And then on the masking tape, you can kind of fold it as well. And what I mean by that is do a slight crease. So if you tape, just kind of bend part of it. So when you tape it, you have a small little barrier, but then you can set your hands, everything. It won't bother you, or it won't be uncomfortable. All right. Just putting a little bit of grease and dropping in the little screw for good luck inside of the grease. All right, here we go. And there's a hole right in here. That's where the screw goes. And for the screws, just go top to bottom, top to bottom. And remember, it does build up heat, so don't get too wild and crazy with the driver. See, I can feel the heat right there. Also, be careful not to burn your fingers. Here we go. here we go. So I'll put those off to the side, and I'm just going to do a quick little inspection here, and I believe I have everything on that page, which means I will be going on to the next one. This is where I get to set. So far I've been liking this because every bag has the parts I need. I mean, sure, there's some lubricants in the wrench in that other bag, which is the remaining parts, but no big deal. But so far I'm liking that. Oh wow, that feels really nice. Now the chassis. So the front end is generally this narrower bit, and then the rear end tends to be the wider bit on cars. And based on the image, that's what it appears based on the holes too. Something else too is just the holes for the bumper. You'll generally notice this design for front bumpers on most cars. I wonder if they're interchangeable. That's something I've never checked. I wouldn't be surprised. But here we go. All right, arms. Now I've mixed them up. Okay, so these are the rear arms. These are the front arms. And it appears that the arms sweep forward. All right, so they sweep forward, which means they go like this. So that's the front. So go like this. And here I will need the shims, but it's the small shims. Oh, that's how you do the height. All right, fair enough. So let me go ahead and use the screws. And if I look at the screws, you will have 4 short countersunk screws. Those are the ones you're going to use in the front. You have the small shims or the thin shims, those go in the front. And then the larger diameter shims, these look like 3 millimeters, those will go in the back. I think they're 3. These look like 1 millimeters. Those will go in the front. The arms are going to sweep forward. So when you place them, just remember the E-clips, those giant E-clips, that's the bottom. So make sure you place them like this and the arms sweep forward. So let's go ahead and do this. Let's see, now I'm trying to plan a strategy. So these things will just clip on. I can leave this later. I need these little ball studs. So what I'll do is I'll just drive one in, place a shim, and then I'll put a little bit of thread lock compound. All right, so I did this off camera, but I should have done it on camera. The screws, you're gonna have 4 screws that are short, 4 screws that are long. The short screws go in the front with the short shim. This is about a millimeter shim. Use a little bit of thread lock on the screw, and then on the back you're going to use the larger spacers with a longer screw. Make sure that you use the holes here on the outside, so it's the first countersunk screws after this gap. So those and these, so right behind the bumper screws and right after the bulkhead, and right over here too. These screws here on the inside, these are for the bulkheads. You're going to use this later on. Now it's facing forward, arms, the front arms sweep forward. So these go this way, and you would just grab them here and then press in. I'm just going to use my driver, maybe not. Right there. I mean, you can use anything else. You want to use a hammer? You could use a hammer. Why not? Let's use a hammer. All right, this is 4 pounds. I wasn't going to bang it, but to be honest, this was actually much easier. I'm glad I used this. All right, now the rear arms. The rear arms, let's see which way do they sweep. They sweep rearward. So these are actually the opposite. These go this way. Based on what I'm seeing here. Just think about it this way. The sway bar links should be on the inside. So in the front, they're toward the rear. In the rear, they're toward the front. This is much easier. To be honest, I never thought I'd be using one of these on a kit. All right, well done. Should have used my other one. It was a heavier one. But anyway, here we go. So that is complete. So now I can move on to bag 3. Bag 3, when you open up bag 3, one of the things to note is the bulkheads. So use these bulkheads. The original bulkheads in bag 3, a lot of people complain that they're not strong enough. So the maker of the kit decided to include bulkheads of different material. Therefore, let me take this out. You have this little bag, and then you have this little bag right in here. Oh, this is interesting. Those have a pin. So the ones that come with it have a little pin. These do not have a centering pin. I wonder if I'm supposed to take these little centering pins out. I'll check that later. But some people were complaining also that the hubs were not very strong. They kept breaking. So there's hubs in there. But you're going to use the hubs in a completely different step. So right now, I'm going to go ahead and get all the parts out and then start the process. All right, so I just removed the pins off these and I put them on the other ones. I really can't tell much of a difference. If I put them close together, they're barely a hue apart. So they're very similar. These are just a hue apart. They look so similar. Maybe they are the same and it's just a spare. Maybe they're the same and it's just a spare. I have no idea. I would have to look into it carefully. But this is finished. All right, sorry, ready. I have everything ready to go. We're going to be using that to install a few components. So let me get to it. Fan. Oh, okay, that's pretty cool. So I can install a fan. That's what this is for. It is. Well, that's pretty nice. We'll see. I'm not sure if I'm going to use this or not. I'll install it, but I may not put a fan on here. Well, maybe I will. I'll just do it this way. So holding this, if I hold it this way, the fan should go down here. Down here. So if it goes here, now the question is where would the... All right, so this would turn this way. So turn it this way so the fan sits here. Transmission, everything's going to be over here probably. Well, we'll see. So let me go ahead and grab a screw. 10 millimeter. This is the only one. Wait. Hold on. I will need to measure. This is 10 millimeter. These look the same though, so it cannot be these. I'm wondering if I have to supply my own. Oh, here we go. There it is, found it. 10 millimeter. All right, here we go. So that is set. Then after that, I can go ahead and grab this here. So grab this and grab it carefully because remember, this is not quite on. So at this point, let's see, should be this, and it's a shim. It'll be this one here. All right, and this will be fixed. Alright, that doesn't look right. Not large enough. It's an O-ring. So it's actually the O-ring. Alright. Ah, interesting. Alright, so I will lubricate this O-ring. And this, I have to stretch over. Alright, well, let's stretch this over. There we go. I've not installed it yet, but if I had to take a wild guess as to why it has an O-ring, it's probably to create some compression. There we go. Why is this? Alright, so this goes in after. There's a shim that goes. Alright, so this shim will go here. So that will sit there. And then this will sit here. There we go. Make sure it snaps in place. No, that doesn't. No, that's not going to work. Oh, great fun. All right, let me try this again. That was not moving freely at all. Let's see. Yeah, that's all I'm seeing. I am seeing just one shim. And then this is supposed to ride all the way inside. Oh, this thing's sitting. Oh, all right. So I definitely installed that in the wrong place. I figured it out. I figured this thing out. Installed this wrong. So this goes on the opposite side. It looked weird. I'm going to blame the lack of contrast. Let's bring this here. So the screw goes in this way. There we go. Now this goes on the other side. At least now it's threaded. I guess that's an advantage. And I want to make sure it faces this way. There we go. Perfect. Right here. All right, now I can go ahead and grab this, and this is going to hold everything, and then that little bit's just going to cap everything together. Actually, it's going to hold the gear in. So let's go ahead and grab the 2mm driver, just a little bit of thread lock. You don't have to put the gear in right away. Do not over tighten, because this needs to spin freely. All right. And now I get to install this. Does this use a hex? It should use a hex. looks like it's hexed. Well, it's not hexed. It has a hex. Two millimeter. This might actually be somewhat nice. It's just, instead of having the 3 little screws. All right. Well, now I'm curious. Feels smooth. All right, so let me go ahead and install the belts. All right, there we go. All right, so the belts are there, and that is it. So now have most of the center part. I just need to install these bushings. So you have these 2 long black bushings, are probably 5 millimeter, longer than that. Those are probably closer to 8. 6, they're 6. Well, they're longer than 5, I guess. Here we go. So you're going to use these screws right here. And so these are also 2 millimeter. Oh, should have slipped this in first. There we go. And we'll go here. And now we have the next one. And there we go. And at this point, I can now look at the steering assembly. So before the steering, wait. Oh, I'm supposed to mount it first. All right, so 3 screws. Those are 6 millimeters. 6 millimeters are the tiny ones right over here. So let's go ahead and mount this one up. All right, based on this, which is the front. All right, so I'm holding the front toward me, so that's the rear, and that's the way the picture is. Therefore, this would go this way. So now that I have it, gear's going to go on the right side. So it's facing forward, gear's on the right side. And I'm going to line it up with these holes. And there's no pin. And my question is, do I want to go the rear holes or the forward holes? So I know there's 2 setups. So this is the 55. 55 is, I guess, the mid motor, and then 65 is the rear motor. Let me look at the picture. It looks like it's the front 3 holes. So it's the one just in front of the cutouts, and then the next 2, so that mid hole. But there's also 4 holes here. So it'll be first 3 holes, first 3 holes. There we go. There we go. All right. here's the car. All right, so now I can move on to the steering. All right, steering. Let's see. All right, these are the two that I did not prep. There we go. All right, so bearings. Usually it's these bearings. There's one on top, one on bottom, but I'm gonna look at the picture, and according to the picture, yes, that is correct, but there is a brass bushing that goes in between. So when you slip one bearing in, flip it, put the brass bushing inside, make sure it's sat properly, and then go ahead and install the other bearing. So that'll hold the bushing. So the bushing is just for the spacing. More than likely for when you tighten, you don't push the bearings in up against each other while compressing the plastic beyond what it's supposed to be compressed. But here they are. So both sides are now complete. So at this point, you're going to grab these aluminum bits. There is a spacer. So you grab this 2.5 millimeter spacer. I see 4 in the picture. Oh wait, no, those are bearings. No, there's no spacers, those are bearings. 2.5, that's not even 2.5. All right, that is it. So let's see. Countersink washers. I'm not seeing countersink washers unless they're calling these countersink washers. Oh, yes, these are it. Just looked at them carefully. All right, so those are gonna go on the top. So this will slip through the bottom, right in here. And one thing I did not do that I should have done, I don't remember if I put oil in these. Now make sure you lubricate these. I'm not sure if I did. I'll do one side and then I'll flip it. Should have done the bottom side first. Go. All right, and these are countersunk. So these go on the top. Then there's a screw. And I am looking for 6 millimeter. I'll go ahead and pull 2 of the 6 millimeters, put a little bit of thread lock. And I will go ahead and drive this in. Here we go. And make sure this thing's lined up, because if not, you will damage something. So that countersunk washer needs to be lined up. Is this an 8 millimeter? Let's see if it's an 8 millimeter. It's a 7. Do not over tighten these, because the bearings should not, it should move freely. This is your steering. All right, there's one. It's time for the second one. All right, so the bearing's already in there. It's lubricated. This goes in. Bushing is there. Other bearing. Now it's just the countersunk washer right here. And I can go ahead and grab the screw. Here we go. Right in here. right there. All right. It doesn't move freely, just loosen it a little. Oh, now my fingers are in the way. All right. Perfect. All right, now that I have the two, I can go ahead and grab this. And based on this, I'm trying to look at the shims. Shims. All right. Well, first I'm going to do the ball studs. Here we go. Grab a ball stud. And I'm not seeing any spacers on the picture, so I'll go ahead and drive through to the front. So 2 ball studs through the front, and then 1 through what appears to be the top. Here we go, right there. And now we need the smaller bearings. So these smaller bearings, I'll just pop one inside each side. So just flip this part where we just put the ball studs and then stick the bearings in there. Make sure they are lubricated. I don't remember if I put any lube. Let's go ahead and use some oil. Oh, capping it the wrong side. Makes sense. All right, and that is it. So now I face this up. I will be using, all right, so it's these 2 screws, and when you pick them up, you'll notice that the head, it's like a button screw, but it's a little shorter, and then it's not threaded all the way through. So that's the one that you want. Now you're going to use these little shims, and the shim's going to go in the screw. So the screw is actually going to ride on the shim. This way it doesn't contact the bearing directly. Covered in oil. And these, well, actually no, it doesn't contact that. It goes through the plastic. So it's probably just so it slides on the plastic, to be honest. That way it doesn't come loose, if I had to take a wild guess. All right. So there is the shoe. Whoops. You have to drop it for good luck. Here we go. Just make sure you don't lose it, because then it would be bad luck. All right. So now I can go ahead and install one of these. And these are going to face, so the aluminum faces down, and this goes here. I'm going to use the electric screwdriver. Just be careful and use the electric screwdriver not to go in at an angle. So start it off slow. Check it, make sure it's going straight. All right, and that's it. And it should move freely, just like that. All right. So let's see, here we go. All right. Oops, what happened? There we go. All right, looks good. All right. I'm just finishing off my hand. There we go. So these things are good to go. Almost good to go. Oh my god. All right. Here, one moment. I have to fix something real quick. Some of you already caught it, I'm sure. All right, let's see. Almost finished. Almost finished. Don't worry about it. Hold on. All right. Da, da, da. There we go. Oops. Drop it for good luck. And that's it for that. So now I need to grab two of these. I'm not sure if there's a difference between them. Let's see. Bulkhead B, bulkhead A. So they should be labeled A and B. Somewhere. I'm not seeing an A or a B. If there is an A or a B, here, let me know if you see one. I have no idea. I'm just going to grab them. So if they look opposite, here, these are the opposite. So what I mean by they look to be the opposite is if you look at this little portion here, actually it's this one. If you look at this portion here, this is where the bearing would go for the sway bar. Just make sure they're facing the opposite direction. So if you have mirror images, oh, actually, you can look at this part. This will be flat, so one side will be perfectly flat, and then the other side you will have these little ridges there. So do that, and then based on the image, the bearings would go in through the inside. So when you grab this, the bearing should be going through the inside, which means that the flat part is the inside. So that's the inside. And then this part, the little rounded bits, that's the outside. All right, so now I need to install two more ball studs. And I believe they go in the center. Let's see, ball stud, all right. And according to the image, it's in the center. All right, well, let's go in the center. There we go. Not sure if it should be sticking out this much because there's going to be something. This doesn't make sense. I really don't want to mess this up. Because once the part that sits on top, well, I'll finish that one off by hand. And I'll explain what I mean in a bit. It has to do with the clamps. The ball studs go in, but there's no spacer in there. But the ball stud, if you look at the ball stud sticks out just a little. So I'm not sure if the clamps compensate for that, or actually the clamps wouldn't go here. I think that's the brace. The brace would go there. So I'm curious. I'll find that out later because I do not see any spacers to make up for the difference. That's the way they are. And that's bulkhead A. The interesting thing is, has the ball studs there, but not here. So I'm wondering if this is the rear. That is the rear. So I just completed the rear ones. So the front ones do not have ball studs. So these are my front ones, since I did not install a ball stud on them. Now, because these are fiber, I will not be using thread lock to anything that goes in fiber. Don't use thread lock in anything that goes in fiber. And just make sure, like I said, the flush side, that's the inside. So now I'm just going to try to line this up. just like that. And I'm just going to get it started. I am not going to tighten this all the way. So I'll now grab the one on the other side. Am I doing this? That faces forward. Yes, according to the picture, that faces forward. And that's because your sway bar is going to start here on the front and then go toward the rear. All right. If you know of a kit that uses torsion bars, let me know, because I'm curious to see if there's any modern kits that use torsion bars. And that's that one. So now I get to do the rear. And the rear, make sure that the sway bar, again, is toward the rear. So the ball studs are going to go in the front. And more than likely, these ball studs, these are probably going to control the, they're going to hold the lengths for your toe. And this will go here. There we go. All right, there we go. So bulkheads are in place. And let's see, steering now. So for the steering I do need just a small bit of, just some thread lock compound. Just a small amount goes a long way. Never use red. This doesn't look right. Usually they aim forward. Oh, I'm looking at the wrong image. I was about to say, this looks really odd. All right. Now, why would I install these before putting the links there? I have no idea, but I'm going to do it per the instructions. To me, I think it would be easier to install the links first, but the instructions have this, so I'm going to go ahead and install it this way. But if you skip build the links, install the links first. It will more than likely be easier. Alright, let's go ahead and wipe some of this off. Alright, that's it for that part. So now I can drop in the spool and differential. Now there will be a difference between which way you use it or not. If you look at the spool here in the front, you'll notice that it's off center, and that is normal. The differential will also be off center, and that's because of the belts. Actually, this one might be centered, but one of the belts will be off centered for sure. And that's one of the things that you have to keep in mind whenever you're doing this. The other thing too is when you use these, notice the hole is offset. These will determine the height of the differential. So the higher up your differential is, the more roll you're going to get. The lower your differential, you lower your center of gravity, but the less roll you're going to get. So why would you use one or the other? More than likely, it's going to depend on the surface and the traction that you're using. If you're lower traction and you need the car to roll more, probably want to push it a little higher, or vice versa. It's too much traction, you might want to push it a little lower so it rolls less. But then it's not just that. So it's not just the up and down like this. It's also the forward and back. This is what's going to add the tension to your belt. So if you do something like this, this will do the height and also tension. If you do something like that, that will lower it, but also provide some tension. So it just depends on which way it's pulling from. If the belt were coming in this way, this would provide less tension and less height, less tension, more height. And then you flip it this way. Actually, I got those backwards because that would be pulling the differential here. So this would be less tension. The other one was more tension. But anyway, you'll figure it out once you place them in there. You can always start in the center. So if you're running on a high surface track, center, just upright. If you're running on a low surface track, center pointing down, so differentials all the way up. It's going to depend on where you're running, tires that you're running, all that good stuff. So I have no idea. I'm just going to put them up and then go from there, start clicking them one way or the other once I actually run the car. I'm going to start them at the lower setting. Spool. So that's the front. Spool goes on the front. The question now is, which belt am I using for the front? It's the one that's closest to the gear. So which one is closest to the gear? Here we go. That's the one. So this one goes to the spool. So spool has to be on the left side. So this will go here, just like that. And this should just drop in the bulkhead. So let me bring it up here. All right, so the spool is on the left side, which on the camera should be up right now. Here we go. I'm trying to hold the car up with one hand while I install this. I'm going to face these up. All right, and here we go. Nope. There we go. This is way too tight. Way too tight. What is going on? Maybe I need to move the transmission a hole forward. All right, so the front is, oh my God. All right, you guys caught it. Yes, you're right. Steering goes after the belt. Man, I keep doing it. And this is why you don't build cars at 3 a.m. It's not 3 a.m. It's 4. All right, so run the belt first. Newbie mistake. So to be honest, I always blame the camera because I'm always trying to make sure that I'm on the camera. So that's my excuse every single time. Like, oh, it was the camera. If I didn't have to be worried about the camera, where the camera was, I wouldn't have made the mistake. Probably. Actually, I'll be honest, whenever I'm not recording, I go through builds pretty fast. Whenever I'm recording, it takes forever. That's the reason why, I forget which of the M chassis. So I have a M07 and an M08R. The build process is very, very similar. It's very, very similar. So if you know how to build one, you'll be able to figure out how to build the other one. But the point is, for one of those, I actually did not record it because I figured, oh, there's similar builds. I'm just going to enjoy the build. So I ended up not recording it. So I only have a recording. So I only have one of the two builds, but I forget which is which. But that's the reason why. Because then I can concentrate on one thing, which is building the car. All right. And if this were like a live video, podcast, whatever, this would be long. Very long. All right. All right, so let's try it now. Let me go ahead and grab the spool. All right, where are those little tabs? Haha, there we go. All right, good stuff. So let me show you what I meant about tension or not. So I'm holding the tabs. I need to hold this because I don't have this, and I'm just going to slide them forward. So here, the thin part is this way. So this is thin, that's thick. Wherever the tabs are, that's the thicker material. So this is the thick part, this is the thin part. So there's less tension there. Now if I go to the other side, notice how there's more tension on the belt. So that's the way it goes. So the tabs, the farther back they are, the more tension on the belt. The farther forward, the less tension on the belt. Now, if the tabs are pointing up, lower center of gravity. So this will be lower on the chassis. If these tabs are down, it'll be higher on the chassis. So those are some of the things to keep in mind. I may actually move these forward a little because that is way too much tension. So these I'm probably going to set pointing forward. And I'll put the other belt on. Now the differential. So differential, the flat side. All right, so this flatter side should go on the right side. Let's see. It's a little pumpkin. There we go. Does that look straight? No, it does not. I do not think it does. So let me flip it and then I'll let you know. So again, I'm putting the tabs up. Oh, maybe it was straight the other time. So now it looks really off. Let's see. So I put this here. Yeah, flat side goes. So I had it right the first time. So the flat or the larger part is going to go toward the right hand side, but this belt looks like it's a little crooked. Did I do this correctly? No, I did not do it correctly. Of course I did not. I always have to screw something up. All right, so these belts, so the forward belt has to be by the gear, so I'm gonna flip this front one. But I have to swap their position, which is not that hard to do. There we go. All right, that's it. All right, position swapped. Let's put the tabs up. Haha, perfect. See, now it looks straight. All right, so the rear belt goes on the inside. The forward belt goes on the outside. That's an easier way to look at it. And then if you look at the rear pumpkin, so this pumpkin right here, the flatter side or the bulkier side, this is going to go toward the right. Which means now the spool is going to be offset to the right as well. And we'll do that. Beautiful, beautiful. Here we go. All right, well, let's see, did I have any stock recommendations? All right, so according to this, it wants you to go straight down. So if you go straight down, the differentials will lift. If you go straight up, the differentials will drop. But the default tension setting is straight down. I'm gonna try them out straight up, see how it works. And again, it's VTA, so maybe I should go straight down. I think I should listen to it. Let's see, so we'll go. And the reason why I'm saying that is because the tires are horrible for VTA. All right, they're pointing straight down. And again, I don't want that much tension. So I am going to jump one tooth back, there we go. All right. Don't want that much tension in the rear, so that'll be fine. So good with that. Now the front, we'll start them on the high setting as well. So let me point this down and I'll point that down. Sweet. And just make sure you do not drop it. There's certain things you can drop for good luck. This is not one of them. Okay, so the front has more tension than the rear. That is way too much tension though. So I'm going to go one notch back. So one of the things with the tension on the belt, if you have way too much tension on the belts, that's going to slow you down because it's going to be pulling the entire time. So that let's see, did I go the wrong way? I went the wrong way. So that's why you want some slack on the belt so that the bearings move freely. So there we go. So that's one. And I think I should do two. So I'm doing 2 notches forward off center here on the front diff. All right, a little better. Probably do more, but that's fine. The rear, I might take some off the rear. The rear, I'm gonna go 2 holes back. There, that's fine. All right, so let's see. So I'm 2 notches back on the rear and 2 notches forward in the front. Stock setting is forward. These arms aren't as free moving as other kits. These are. Front ones are not. This is not good. I'll deal with the bulkheads and then I'll try to figure out the arms because I just realized this. I should have checked that long ago and I did not. But anyway, going on to page 4. Sorry, not page 4, bag 4. All right, so in bag 4, you have these little cages here. Those braces, they hold the tops. So they're the clamps. These things clamp down the bulkhead. So before I check the front arms, I will install these. And the reason why I will install these is I will be flipping the car over, and I do not want to drop the differentials. All right, try not to do that. Everything was separated nice. Now it's not. All right, now I have to go through this. Let me just double check. These look a little long for 8mm. No, these are right. These are 8mm. So you're going to be using 8mm screws in the back. Actually, I don't have to install the front. Well, might as well. I don't have to worry about that spool either. Something else to keep a note is there's these notches. Those notches key in right in there. So that's something else. So this will just slide and key in here. Now when you tighten the clamps, because these are plastic fiber, these are fiber, they will compress more than aluminum parts, and for that reason you have to be extra careful not to over tighten things, because you don't want the spool or the differential in the back to bind. Which is why I'm using the driver, but then I'm finishing off by hand. So just get a feel for how it moves before you finish tightening everything, and then just go through and finish it off. Now, like I said, I'm doing this so I can check the arms, because these arms, see how they're not moving freely in the front, but the rears are? This is how these should be moving, but they're not. Now, out of most of the stuff to build on a car, I think the shocks are probably the most annoying. But we'll see. Now, one of the things that I'm going to note too is the flex on this chassis is not that great. There isn't much flex, so keep that in mind. This chassis is pretty rigid. So if I hold it here and apply just a little bit of pressure, well, here, let me just do the front, which is the right side of the camera. Now I'm going to do the rear, which is the left side of the camera. All right, now, I guess the setup. So this is the Xray. This is carbon fiber. I'm not sure if the camera's picking up, but it's a lot more flex here. So I'll do the rear. It's a lot more flex. Now I can always add some stuff to make it more rigid if I need to, but again, it depends on the surface. This might actually be a pretty good carpet car, to be honest. All right, so that being said, I'm going to check the arms and see what's going on. All right, so I went ahead and fixed the arm problem. So one of the things that I did is I went through, loosened the screws and retightened them again. And that seemed to line everything up with the arms on. So that's it. These things are working. Now I can continue on. So I can continue on, and I'm gonna go ahead and set the ball studs. Now that all of these are on and tight, that'll be the next step. So each one gets a ball stud at the corner, so every corner gets a ball stud. Are these not cut right? Are these smaller? It's supposed to be 2mm. I can't get the 2mm in there. Don't tell me you use standard. All right, that one went in. I have no idea. Now I mix them. Well, no, I think that's the one. So here we go. Wait, shims. There should be shims here. No shims for stock setting. Right. So this is where you can add shims to adjust your roll center. But on stock setting, there's no shims. I am not seeing any shims. So I'll let it be. Let's see. Let's put that handy dandy charger. I shouldn't charge and use it at the same time, but I wasn't planning on using it originally. Let's grab another one or the same one. No, I don't want to use an Allen key. All right, this thing's annoying. There we go. Finish them off by hand. And this is really bad for the battery. Don't ever do this with your tool. As I do it. All right. Finish them off by hand. And slightly snug. You don't even have to snug them up because there's so much resistance to begin with. And that's all you need. I gotta figure out. I might have to grab. There we go. I mean, I've used this driver a lot more, so it's a little worn compared to the other one. So we'll go ahead and drive this one all the way in. Let's try this one. There we go. It's a good thing I have a slightly worn driver. I have no idea how many kits I've built with this particular driver. There's a ton. I don't even remember how many kits I've built. I mean, I guess I could try remembering. That was kind of loose. I'll let that one off to the side. So right now I'm just testing these. If they seem kind of snug on this one, I'll use this one. All right, fabulous. So we now have the clamps on, so now at this point I need to use these little triangles. Those are for the shocks. And let's see, are they all the same or are they different? They are different. No, the same. I have no idea. I can just look at them. Let's see. Oh, they are different. Well, I should have a left and a right, but I'm wondering if there's a difference between front and rear. I think there is. So these are longer, these are shorter. Let's see, the longer ones will probably go in the front, but I could be wrong. Looks like the short ones go in the front and the long ones go in the rear. All right. Good thing I looked at the instructions, or maybe, hold on. So what I'm using is this. So this has an angle. There we go. So that is somewhat picking it up. Not really. Well, you see that little cutout, that little square. The other one does not have a square, it's just straight. So that's what I'm using as a reference. So the ones with the square, these are the rear ones. And this portion points back. So this is the front part, that's the back part. So this is rear, that's front. So if I flip the car, this will go here. And you can use the ball stud on the arm as a reference. So this will be pretty close to that ball stud. And now, because I accidentally mixed everything again, see, is that the short one? Yes, 6 millimeters. So these are 6 millimeter. Right here. And as always, I'll finish it off by hand. Let's see, I'm only saying one screw. Am I only supposed to use one for now? That's a good question. I have no idea. I will go to the other side though. In the meanwhile, I'll figure it out. So I'm only saying that screw for now, so maybe I'm supposed to screw this in afterwards. That's the impression that I am getting, because I doubt there's going to be just one screw for this piece. So that's the piece that we're working on right now. See that there's one screw. Probably looking at the wrong side of the page. Oh, wait, no, that's the same one. That's the inside, and that's the front rear. I have no idea. It's calling for one screw. I will check that book down the line. But for now, I will the reason why I'm putting that driver in there is I want to try to keep the holes somewhat aligned. That's the only reason why. Do you need to do it? Probably not. It's the same 6mm in the front. All right, so this will go here. That's the same story. So maybe the front screw and then the very rear screw, maybe those go in once the sway bar is installed. That's the only thing I can think of. So there's 6mm, 6mm, and I do not see any other 6mm, but there's these really long screws right here. Well, they're not really long, but those might be the ones that go in the front. So they probably don't go in until after some other components have been installed. That's probably why. Really no need, no, was there? Here we go. All right. So now I need to install the ball studs, but it's not just the ball studs that I need to install. There's usually a spacer, so I will just double check real quick to see. The rear does not seem to use a spacer. The front does, and it's a 1.5mm spacer. So here are the spacers, those go in the front. And that's going to control how far out the shocks go. That's what the spacers are for. So you can start at the lowest setting, no spacers, and then just start adding spacers. Just keep in mind that if you add too much height, I'll show you this way. So if this gets too long, it's going to start pulling the shock up because of the distance. That's something else to keep in mind. But I will do the stock setting. All right. There we go. All right, so studs are all there. Now I can move on. I think I can move on. Yay, I can go on to the sway bars. Fun. Here we go. All right, so there's two different sway bars. The one with the two lines. So if you look at those two, there's two silver lines. Cameras are not really picking them up. Well, kind of. The one with the two silver lines, well, you can always look at the thickness. The thicker sway bar goes in the front. That's generally the way it goes with all-wheel drive cars or rear-wheel drive cars. Not just that. But let's see. So I'll take the rear sway bar. And you have these little things here. These are going to slide in. But when they slide in, you want to slide the thick part in. And notice there's that cutout. So that cutout goes on the inside. It goes toward the angle. And that cutout is just so you can slide this thing through. That's all it's there for. Once it's over here, it does not matter. Does not matter. Now, one of the things that I probably should have done, well, I guess it does. It's not crucial, but you're going to be using these little set screws, and you can install these before you slide it in, but it's fine if you don't. And there. There we go. I don't remember if I oiled these. Might as well do it now. Oh, drop it for good luck. Here we go. Let's see. So I'll let them soak a little, but I will get these ready for now. So I do have to slide the bearings in there, but first I'm going to put those little hex screws in here. Hex screws, grub screws, pressure screws. There we go. All right. Now, when setting these should be about 3.5 millimeters. And I say about because unless you have a way of measuring the exact, or measuring it exactly, it will be an approximate measurement. So the question now is, let's say about 3.5. All right. And I will use this. So what I'm going to do in a bit is I'm using this to measure. So that's set at 3.5. And then I'm going to hold this here, touch that, and then tighten it up. But I have to set this on the bench. So I'll be off camera for a while. Actually, I'll put those. All right, so I guess I can look at the front one. So let's go to the front. All right, that's the front sway bar, right? All right, so I'll set the front sway bar first. And so the ball bearings, you want to move these toward the center, and the reason why is this will go in here, and and then you can push these out. Just make sure the screws are pointing out so you can tighten them, but they will be here. Do not apply an excessive amount of pressure on these outward. And the reason why I say that is it's going to bind. You want this to be able to rock back and forth freely. So this should be able to move freely. And let me go ahead and set this. Right there. I'm actually using the 2 silver lines as reference. Right, and so now, I should have done this first. And go ahead and stick this in here. And then press the ball through. Our recommendation will be press the ball through first. That will be the easiest thing to do. I should use longer pliers. But there we go. So do this first and then do this part. It'll be easier. There we go. Springy, yay. I don't like it though. So, according to the instructions, so quick little note, it said 3.5 millimeters. I did 3.5 millimeters and I used the caliper, but if you actually pay attention, this thing is arced. So what I'm going to do to try to remedy the problem, also notice how it's pushing back on the links. That's the 2, that's the silver with the 2, that is correct. So I am using the correct ones. I will go ahead and loosen everything slightly. But then I'm going to loosen these to allow the sway bar to go through. I'm not sure if you've noticed that in the camera, how that reacted. Oh great. This was at the bottom. All right, it's toward the bottom. We'll fix it. There we go. Found it. And let's go in here. All right. All right, there we go. so the way I'm going to do this is I'm just going to set it here. I'm going to see that the links are straight up, and then I'm going to tighten it. That's what I'm going to do it. I'm not going to measure. And when I say I'm not going to measure, what I mean to say is I'm going to grab my calipers, if I can find them, and measure them now. Let's see, I wonder what the difference is. $7.57. Oh my god. See, now it moves freely. It was binding before. Well, it's inexpensive for a reason. Anyway. And this one, so I'll do this once I'm finished because I want to keep going, but measure this, try to have an equal length. But your suspension should move freely as it's doing now. Like I said, the kit says 3.5. If you do 3.5, this thing's going to be binding. There's too much pressure. It's going to be arcing in the front, pushing this through. Unless I missed something. Maybe there was supposed to be a spacer in there, but I don't recall there being a spacer. Let me check. Maybe there is a spacer. Since I'm here criticizing, let me just make sure I built it correctly. Front arms. Let's see. Front arms. Here we go. We've got that. And, oh, nope, no spacer. That's the rear, though. How about the front? Oh, the front. Oh, no spacer. All right, so there's no spacer, according to the instructions. But anyway, point is, it moves freely. So now I can move on to the rear. So rear, I'm going to deal with the bearings first. Always deal with the bearings first. So push them toward the center. And then all right, so now that I've tightened this moves freely. Now that I know it moves freely, what I'm going to do is I'm going to loosen these. Now, according to the manual, it should be 0.5, but I just set them there. All right, I'll have to do this. But I doubt it's 0.5. Why? Because of my experience with the front. And stick the sway bar in first, it's easier. But here we go. All right, so we've got that. That's approximately it. Where do I put the pliers? And yes, it's easier with longer pliers, I think, but all right, perfect. So that will hold it in place. I'm not worried about it falling. But I do want to set the other one in. And that moves freely. If you do the 0.5, I'm pretty sure it said 0.5. Let me just double check before I keep bashing on the instructions. 3 millimeters. All right, so that one's 3 millimeters. The other one was 3.5. This is 3 millimeters. 3 millimeters. All right, that one's no, that's over 3 millimeters. 3 millimeters might work though. But just be careful. Make sure this moves freely. That's the important thing. The front was way off. Front was probably supposed to be 7.5. 7.5 is a good number. It says 3. So that could be a typo. That could be a typo as well. I have no idea. But it's something to, again, keep in mind because you will quickly notice there's going to be an issue with the fitment of the sway bar. Now that the sway bar is in, the instructions specify to drive the remaining screw through. I don't know why I couldn't install these earlier. It doesn't seem like it would get in the way. Well, maybe it does. I have no idea. No, it wouldn't get in the way. I have no idea. To be honest, I think it would have been easier if I had installed all of this first. And the reason why I think it would have been easier to install these screws is because I would have had more room to actually use my fingers to hold this cylinder that goes between the bulkhead. The bulkheads. Right, here we go. So I had to loosen the previous screw. That's the other reason why I'm wondering. All right, so I'm not going to tighten them all. I'm going to worry about each side first. Once the screws are there, then I'll go through and tighten every single one fully. Right, so now I'm tightening up the rear screw as well. So this is on the shock tower. Already. Well, let's just check the last screw. All right, that is set. Great stuff. So now I can go ahead and use this. Now, really quick, this is what the brace looks like on the top deck. If you have a good respiratory protection, just a good system to filter out stuff. If you want more flex, you could cut that little C part out and just have the two pieces. So that's an option that you can do. I am going to leave it. I'm going to leave it for now. But I have to figure out if this is a mirror image or not. I have to figure out if it goes like this or like this. That's my question, and I don't think it matters, but let's see. Maybe it does, maybe it does not. I have no idea, but it fits the way I said it, so maybe it does not matter. Remember these ball studs? Yeah, don't worry about them popping out because they're just going to land right on the holes right in there. So that works. That is awesome. Now for me, I am just going to install 2 screws in the front, 2 screws in the back, and that is all I'm going to do. And then 1 and 1. So I'm not going to install all 4. I'm doing that on purpose because I'm hoping I get a little more flex. That's the only reason why. So that being said, all right, and there's also a quick little note. There are 2 screws that look different. The threads do not go all the way through. These are going to go in the center, so make sure that those are separate. So these will go in the center. Go ahead and just down. There we go. And I'm not tightening these completely initially. I will tighten these after. And I will tighten them slowly. Something interesting is sometimes when you tighten the top deck, if you're not careful or you're tightening them, say you're doing this holding the car. Notice I have it on the bench. The bench is relatively flat, maybe not the flattest surface. I should use the setup board. But what can happen is if you're holding the car and you're tightening them, this brace will actually tweak the car. So the car chassis will actually be tweaked a little. All right, so I'm noticing some spring, and that's because the rear has not been seated properly, and it's because of this ball stud. So what I will do is probably mill it. So I'll mill a little out just for that ball stud. So let's see if I can get in the camera. So here, this is not going to go all the way down because of that ball stud. So I'm just going to mill that out a little just so it sits properly. Details, details. Well, at least it was inexpensive. right, so let me go ahead and do that. All right, so I don't need to do much, but notice now how it sits compared to before. So that's all I had to do. And sometimes it's little things like that that will make the difference between, actually, sometimes that can make a difference between a lap. Whether you barely make it through the bridge to get that other lap in versus somebody else. So right now I'm just going to get them close, but I'm not going to tighten them, mainly because, like I mentioned, tweak. Something else, that bulkhead really flexes when you tighten these. And I think that's an issue because they flex this way. It might be a good idea to sort of set 2 screws here and then tighten everything. I mean, if your chassis is flat, it's flat. All right. Now, quick note, I accidentally put thread lock on these. I didn't need to, and I wasn't supposed to. So wipe it off. The only ones that need thread lock are these because these are going onto the transmission. All right. This thing has very little flex. I mean, I'm saying it has very little flex, but I'm comparing it to the Xray. This would probably be a very good carpet car. Probably a very good carpet car. All right, so I'm gonna have some screws left over from that. There's this screw. I don't know where this screw goes. I don't see any part over here. I'll just go back a few pages, make sure that screw wasn't needed somewhere, just briefly. Because it's a little odd that there's such a long screw that isn't needed. No, it's not there. So I'm looking at this bit. No, there it is. 12. It's not a 12. No, that is a 12, I guess. It looks longer than a 12. No, that is a 12. My eyes are failing me. Oh, all right, so I'm not using it. That's to mount the fan on the fan mount. So I don't have to worry about it. So as far as I'm concerned, I have spare screws, which is the 4 spare screws that I did not use, or 4 screws I didn't use, and then that long one for the fan, but I haven't mounted a fan yet. So fun stuff. We're now at bag 5. Here they are. All right, so I'm just going to grab some of this. All right. So the reason why you have to grease these up is just so they go in easily into the plastic, and they cut the plastic well. So it's mainly to protect the plastic. I'm almost running out of this. I do have the one that came with it, but we'll see. So here we go. Just a little more on this other side, and all right, that's pretty much it. So And then you have all the sticky stuff, so now you have to get it out of your hands. That's always fun. So let's see. All right, so for the arms, there are A's and B's, and they are marked. So this is an A, and that's a B. Now the A's are straighter on both sides versus the B, you will notice an angle. Now there is a note somewhere, I think on the box, where if you use the front arms in the rear, there's something you can do to change the wheelbase. I found that interesting. Wait, this is weird. Hold on. Did I read this correctly? This has no letter. No, yep, that's a B. This is an A. But the picture says that's an A. That's an A. Right, this one has to be a B, so that has to be a typo. So more than likely that's a typo. Because this one says A as well, and they cannot both be A's. There's a B in here. So more than likely this is the A, this is just a typo, that's a B. So just follow the shape of the curve. So now at this point, I'm going to go ahead and install the cups. All the cups go from the bottom to the top, and then there's a clip. So we'll go ahead and do that. So just make sure that the letter's facing up, and then just put those little tiny, I'll call them bushings. They're really bushings. That's really what they are. They're not little cups. But here we go. We'll do that. Set that one off to the side. All right, there's the other one. The only reason why I think it has this design is probably to make it inexpensive, just the fabrication. Let's see. All right. All right, so the arms are set. So now I have to use the ends. It should be these smaller ends, is it? Yes, these are somewhat of a hex shape, so these will go inside. No. This was too small. It's the larger ones. Oh yeah, these are hex too. Wait, no, that's not it. How does this work? All right. Let me see if there's a difference between these. All right, so these are round. These are not. Really? Round? Why would you have round ones? Anyway, it's inexpensive. It's an inexpensive kit. So these are round, so one of the things that you're going to have to pay attention is make sure this is straight or flat. And at first I thought it was going to be similar to the Xray where it keys in and then as you turn that screw, it just brings it in or out, but I guess not. All right. I will be using the tool that is provided simply because I think it will be a better choice than using a driver to stick through the rod end. I'm thinking this will do a better job. Tools so far seem to be nice. I mean, all right, so this one will go here. All right, and let's see. All right. 2mm. Yes. All right. Now I get to. So you put the driver in, go here, and then. So the way it works on the Xray, I know this is not an Xray, and I keep talking about Xray, is you hold this. It's somewhat of a pain. It's a pain on the Xray. And then, well, here, let me, if I thread this first, it'll be better. No, is this reverse thread? Oh, left-hand thread. Wouldn't you know? Left-hand thread. Are they all left-hand thread? Let me check. This one's left-hand thread. I don't remember if the X-rays were left-hand thread. I keep talking about the X-ray. All right. No, this one I go right. Maybe I made a mistake. Okay, that one goes right. This one goes right. Oh my God. Oh, right-hand thread. I'm going the opposite direction. That's the reason why. So in order to stick this in, it's like I'm pulling it out, so I have to go left. So it is right-hand thread. It's just me being, yep, it's one of those days. All right. So now I have started this. It appears to be going in straight, so that's pretty good. And so now I can grab this. Oh, I see. This is totally different. I don't like it. I don't like it. All right. So let's do this. So I'm supposed to drive this in and then I drive the other one on. So this is, why would you use these screws then? Why not just use a regular screw? I have no idea. And then it stops. All right, so you're driving it back until it stops. It's an expensive kit. I mean, it's for the price, right? You can't complain too much. I mean, well, I guess you can, but just remember, it's an inexpensive kit. So what I'm doing is I'm putting this on the bench and then just applying pressure to the arm against the bench, and then I'm going left. That's all I'm doing. So I'm just going to go left until it stops. And that's it. And I'm grabbing the arm from here and not here because I don't want to twist it. That's the reason why. I mean, these are new, so I don't really want to warp the arms because they're fiber. Actually, I don't want to warp the arms, period, because they're arms, not necessarily because they're made out of fiber. There we go. Let's see, next one. I don't know why I did this. And that's how you ruin the surface of the bench top. All right, good stuff. So now, I can go ahead and grab this, and let's see. I'm gonna try to start them all off the same way, which is this way, so hopefully they all, on all arms, end the same, so that I can try to get the same length on them. I guess the nice thing about this is because it's the same threading, I can always just grab a driver. I know which way to go. It'll always be right to extend it. This is not right. This is a pain. It's a pain to get threaded. All right, so all I'm doing is I'm just holding this and pushing. Wait. I have to go left again. So it's still left. Is everything the same thread? No wonder I wasn't able to do it. Oh, wait. Yeah, left. Why? I'm supposed to use the X to hold it? No, not according to this. See, now it's pulling it. All right. Let's see. All right. So let's go ahead and put the other one in. All right, so go left. If you go left, that'll thread. All right. Thing is, all right, 28.8. I can use a ruler, or I can use, let's see, 28.8. This is B. No. It says A. All right, so a quick note on the arms. The correct way of doing this, as I found out after messing around with this thing off camera for too long, is the following. So grab this first, don't bother with the other end. Bring this, and then go left. So remember, left is like you're loosening it, but that means it's pulling it this way. So you're actually tightening it. And go all the way through. It's going to get hard right about there, really tough, but just keep going. If you're doing it by hand, you may want to get a box wrench so you can put it over this. I think this is a, well, MIP. This is a 21 millimeter box wrench, so just put a box wrench and torque that little sucker because they do get hard. Use grease and drive it back until you see about that much. That's about 1.5 millimeters roughly. Don't go more than that, there's no need. And the other thing too is if you go beyond that, you might damage the plastic because of that little collar there. So all you need to do is just drive it. Like I said, you're going to drive it all the way past about 1.50 millimeters, so 1.5 millimeters. And then you're going to push it back out until you can see about 1 millimeter or less. As soon as you can see, yeah, about 1 millimeter, I would say. So right in here. So the screw is, here, I'm touching it. There's my nails on the screw. Camera's not really picking it up. Once it's there, then go ahead and attach here. That way you don't break these little bits because you're going to run out of space. So you can do that, or I mean, you can also drill a little deeper in there, but there's no need if you do it this way. So just do it this way, and then that millimeter that you left out, that's what you're going to sort of thread. And my recommendation is to just thread these before you start. Makes everything easier. And then once you're there, just hold everything together. And it's actually easier to install these first and then deal with the arms. Much easier. And then you can just drive them on through. There I'm actually at the max point. Let me measure. See, now it's actually too short. All right, that's close enough. I mean, the setup station is the final place to do everything on. And once you have that, I just use my nut driver, press them in. But that is it. So, looks good. Anyway, moving on. All right, let's see. I have that. I did the clips. I can now assemble this. So we'll grab two of the hubs. They all look the same. And let's see, grab. So if it's this way, this should fit that way. All right, and then I need a regular screw in the front. There's going to be a space on the back with a ball stud. So here's a screw. Close the calipers. Wait, screw's on the wrong side. Screw goes forward. Good thing I cut it now. All right, there we go. And now for the ball stud. So a ball stud and then a 3mm. There we go. Right in here. Good. Lightly snug is all I need. Here we go. So now the question that I have is, are they all supposed to face the same direction? I would assume there's a mirror image. Right here it just does one side and then I do the other side. Is that what? Huh. I assume there's a mirror image. So I'll do that. So I'll do two the same. These are all the same, right? They are all the same. So I'll do two that are the same and then mirror image. What I mean by that is I'll place two this way and then I'll place two where this is flipped over. So let's see, screw goes first. Now this one. finish it off by hand. There we go. And of course I didn't do the mirror image, so let's go ahead and do the mirror image. There we go. There. So now that one's facing the opposite direction. Those are facing the same direction. Now I can grab the last one, and if I face it this way, it goes this direction. Yay. All right, there we go. At this point, I can go ahead and install the bearings. Just press them in. One goes in the back, one goes in the front. There's no bushing in between. No. So I'm not saying that a bushing is required in between. If you have a bearing installer remover, use that. If not, the 5.5 driver works. You can just push the bearings. I'll just do one face. Drop it for good luck. Good stuff. And go ahead and remove this. Install this in here. right in there. Now this is held by the O-rings. You're going to grab an O-ring and then just move this down in there. That's what's going to hold it. At least there's no clips. And don't worry about it. I know it's an O-ring, but the wheel's going to go here, so the nut from the wheel is going to pull this forward. O-ring is just to keep it in place so it doesn't fall off when the wheels are off. Let's see. So are these all the same? 46, 46, 46. All right, so they're all the same. Keys in. At least these are built. That makes it easy. Although, it might still be a good idea to put some grease in there. I didn't think about it. I should have. Just put some grease in there. So maybe you can take them apart and rebuild them. I'm not sure how well they're built. Next thing you know, they fall off once I run them. We'll figure that out. I'm actually curious, because I am planning on doing a review after a few races. Give my thoughts. Why am I not? Oh, I see. Is that it? Is that why? What's going on? Let's check something. Oops. Oh, you know what? I did forget something. Not at the spacer. There's this 3mm spacer that goes here. Now that I caught it, I can install it. But first, let me do this. That one has it. That one has it. That makes sense. All right. So there's a 3mm spacer. I added the spacer to only 2 of these. So when I was trying to install this, it was hitting the ball stud. So don't forget the spacer. Pretty smooth. Let's go ahead and add the spacer here. That's it. So that is all 4 of them. Turnbuckles. So I'm not going to undo the other 3. But the short side. So there's 2 rods that are long. These are going to be the front, and there's 2 of these turnbuckles. I call them rods. They're turnbuckles that are short. These are going to be the rear. Now the short side. So there's a short end and a long end. The short side is right-hand thread, and the long end is left-hand thread. So right now I'm just driving them in, getting an approximation. I'll measure everything afterwards. But that's something to keep in mind. So when you're threading these in, these are going to be left-hand thread. Let's see, before I use the tools. There we go. Now I can hold this. And the other way that you can tell, I mean, I just said long and short, but there's a mark, there's a score on the part where the wrench goes, and I'll show you in a bit as soon as I finish threading this in. This slipped out. I'll thread it back just so I can have the shiny parts on the same side. All right. Well, camera's not going to pick it up, but this part is scored. So if you look at that side, the side that is scored is the left side. So just make sure that everything that is scored goes to the right, to the correct side. So I would put them on the left side. So there's little lines on here. Just make sure they're on the left side. That's what I would do. All right. So my turnbuckles are finished. Now I can, well, they're not finished. I should measure them. And I'm looking for 65.1 for the long ones, if I'm not mistaken. 65.1, and that's end to end. Was this 0? Yes, it was. And I would have to shorten it quite a bit still. All right, well, let's do that. And it's the left-hand thread. That's close enough. And so I can do this one. Well, let's see. This one I also need to close, but not as much as the other one. And that's the wrong side. That's too short. Let's go ahead and open. Oh wait, no. Other way. All right, so we did one full turn. Let's see what a full turn gave us. There we go. All right, close enough, 65.17. And the other side should be 56, I believe. 58.7. So 58.7. That's really long. Let's check this one. Yeah, this one's a little closer. I'll deal with this one. So 58.7. Close this. Let's see, is this the side that is scored? Yes. All right, so this is the left-hand thread. This is the right-hand thread. $59.57. Let's close it up again. What is it? 58.7 I said, so that should be closer to 59. I'll do one full turn. See where this stands. Right. I can do another turn. I'll leave it at 59. 59 is close enough. Once I put it on the setup station, then I can fix everything. All right, so I have to close quite a bit. So this is the left hand. All right, based on the way that looks, I'll drive it all the way to here, shiny side up. And let's bring this one in. And I just mixed them. All right, hold on. Let's see. 59.99 or 58.99. That works. All right, close enough. Close enough. This. All right, so now that I have this, I can go ahead and start putting the turnbuckles on. All right, well, I'm gonna start putting the turnbuckles on, but do I have everything I need in order to install them? That is my question. And the answer is probably not. So I'll grab two of these. These should face forward. That's not it. Here we go, perfect. Right here. Here we go. So I'll grab that. I need a spacer and a screw. So for this, I'm going to be using the 12mm screws. I will go ahead and put some thread lock compound. Just a small amount on all of them. And these screws, based on what I'm saying, they're going to go top to bottom. So on this, it would be this hole. Why this hole? Well, this thing's threaded. Huh. Well, it says this hole. All right, so we'll go here. Do not over tighten this. And again, I keep it loose on purpose and let it spin just so I don't over tighten. Why do I use the 12? That seems a lot. Well, maybe to hold the entire thing. That's probably why. There's one. Right, here goes the other one. Now, it's always a good idea to start threading screws into metal parts or by hand, and the reason why is if you start off with something like this, a power tool, you can cross thread stuff really easily. Finish off my hand, good. Now, don't trust torquing this way, because this is a lot of torque. It's actually a lot more torque than you would get out of a driver, so be careful. This goes in here, this goes here. I hope all four go built the same, because I just built them all the same. If not, I will have to redo two of them. All right, go ahead and install these. So these, make sure the ball stud is down, the silver one is down, black one is up. It should look like this, and this should just slip right in here and in here. Just like that. And now I'm going to need a screw to fasten this. The question is, what size screw? What does it say? Oh, there's no screw. I apologize. Ball stud, and then it snaps in. I really don't like snapping things in. Get it close. I'm not sure if I mentioned this, but you really don't want to drive these in fast, especially if you're going into plastics. And the reason why is it'll create heat. You will melt the plastic. You can always apply a little bit of grease as well to help it cut the threads into the plastic. There we go. There we go. And at this point, all right, so let me grab the short ones. All right, so I should have left this at the end, but, well, not at the end. All right, so these little lines, I will keep those on the left-hand side. So that means I'm going to place this one here. Now, if you look at this, this has a shiny side and then a dull side. I'm gonna use the shiny side toward the turnbuckle. Sorry, not the turnbuckle, the ball stud. Does it have to go that way? Probably not. But that's the way I get used to doing it. Let's see. I mean, on some models, it does specify that you should do it that way. Xray is one of them. But on some other car models, well, this one doesn't. I don't think I saw anything. I'll double check. No, it just says it should move freely. There we go. Come on. And I'll be honest, the reason why I'm struggling is because I want it to be in camera. If not, I would be holding it in a totally different position, which I am going to, because this is not working out for me. Oh, actually, it doesn't matter if that's in the camera or not. I want the ball set to be in the camera, but I'll just show you the easiest way. So just place it, set it, it's flat, and then just clamp up. That's the easiest way. So should have thought about it as an opportunity to show you something. All right. Now the dog bone doesn't have to go in there immediately. And the reason why is this thing will still fall out. So you can just press this in and then worry about it later. And then the other thing that you can do too is realize that you installed the wrong one. So make sure that you install the correct one, which would be this one. So guess what I get to do? Yay, I get to remove this, which is not that hard. That was surprisingly easy. May or may not be a good thing. I guess we'll find out. All right, there it is. And go ahead and do the front. Fronts, all right. I'm not going to do the fronts, I'm gonna skip some pages, but I have to take a wild guess. I would say it's this way, but let me flip. Oh, I just had to flip one page back. This thing moved. And the answer is no. No, it does not. Let's see, no, front. Front, it goes up as well. Oh, interesting, so they both go up. They're both pointing up. This is, go figure. Oh, so it was designed, that's the way I'm going to build it. So this is one of those few times, probably the only time that I've seen these actually on the top section. Let me know if you know of any other models that have the turning mechanism or the turning arm, this here, pointing up instead of down. I did build these wrong. So remember I told you I probably built these wrong? I did. I certainly did. So the rears are fine, but the front ones, this actually goes back here. And the reason why it goes back there is so that you can fit this little guy right on there. Well, it has this block. And this is the adjustment for the body so that the body doesn't come down on the tires, which is actually a very good thing to have. You may not notice it, but if your body flexes a lot, it could be rubbing the tires, and then you could be losing speed. All right, so that means Now, a quick note, the way these are made and how long they are, I would not be surprised these things will bend on a crash easily. They look like they would bend easily. Just, they're too long for the thickness. All right, now, let's see. Oh, these go to that. Yay. All right, so I remember these were just a little too long. So because they were just a little too long, I'm going to twist in a way that it shortens it once I install it. So let's see. So if this goes here, this one needs to face me. So if I go left-hand thread, well, first of all, this would have to be facing this way. So if I face, it's not going to work. So let's just do both. There we go. I am actually curious why for this build I have to do the turnbuckles for the steering and the toe instead of doing... Oh, that's because I didn't do the arms. Never mind. That's just me. Forget about the question. That was a silly question. Something you ask when you're not thinking. So don't build cars at 4 a.m. It's not 4 a.m. Let's see. All right. So now if I do that, perfect. All right, so I need to make sure the front arms are oriented the correct way, and it appears based on this, because this is the front, that the curve goes forward because the rear arms are the more even arms. Now, let's see if I can lift this box without dropping anything inside. It doesn't really say. But anyway, you can go from a 64 to 55. I think earlier in the video I said 65. It's 64. That's depending on where you want the motor. Anyway, I thought it was on here somewhere. Maybe it's somewhere in the book where I saw that you can change the wheelbase, and I could be completely wrong. But these go in the rear, so let's go ahead and install these. No, it sounded like something clipped on, but it did not. This does not fit right. Maybe it's the twisty arms. Huh. Oh, you know what? It's going to be these twisty arms because this doesn't clear back here. So there's no way these could be the correct arms. This is one of the notes that I made. So the arms do fit fine. It's just when I saw the manual, I thought A meant front, B meant rear, or vice versa. The point is that later on I realized that A is actually left and B is right. So just remember, A is left,
B is right. So I'm going to fast forward this entire part.
All right, so A is going to be your left, B is going to be your right. That works. So this is A, so this goes on the left. This is B, this should go on the right. And let's go ahead and install it. All right. All right, and this, if you can tell, this thing binds. It binds like you wouldn't believe.
This is the other note that I made. So the steering is binding, it's binding quite a lot, and I can't figure it out during this period of time, but it turns out all you need to do is the front lower arms. Just loosen the screws, all 4 screws, lightly, and then re-snug them slowly. So that's really what's going on. So I'm going to skip through this part.
So these are optional. The way these work is these 2 holes right back here. So this would go in there, and I'm going to double check, make sure that I get them to the correct one. All right, so this, all right, so the guide, there's a little guide that goes closer to the hub. So the screw is going to go in the hole that is farthest from the hub. So you would be installing it this way, right in here, just like that. So now you drive the screw in here. And after you do that, you would drop this in. This will go in here, just like that, right? Pointing toward the hub, because this is where the tire sits. Do I have a tire? Here we go. So the tire will sit here, and this will go there. Then you just have to adjust the height, based on the body, but actually on the lowest setting, that works too. So the point of this is when the body comes down, it hits this instead of the tire. That's the point behind it. Might as well install them. Why not? Let's see. Let's go for it. I think I was wrong about this little set screw because it doesn't seem to be doing much. Oh, nope, I have no idea what that's for. So let me go ahead and check. Oh my god. All right, so there's a hole there. I have no idea what this hole is for, but the set screw actually goes in through the back. So right through here. Don't go wild and crazy when you tighten this. Once it's snug, that's all you need. A little more. Good, that's it. And I can always install this here. All right, but we'll, let's see. So. Wait, yes. Perfect. And then we'll do this. And now, I don't know why I did that. I have no idea. So put the screw in first. All right. There we go. And the suspension is, suspension binds a bit on this side. So that's something I'm going to have to check. So I have to check how I can make this steer smoother and how I can make this not bind. Then again, I do have a massively powerful servo for the steering, but this side of the suspension needs to be freer. So I have to figure that one out. But in the meantime, oh fun, shocks. I get to build shocks. Shocks, I'm probably just going to build one on camera, and then I'll build the rest off camera, because shocks are somewhat of a pain. Not really, well, maybe I'm exaggerating, but I'll definitely do them off camera. All right, for the shocks, the instructions want you to use a 3mm screw to thread this, so that is always a good idea. And let's use a driver here. Actually, no, that's what this handy dandy tool is for. Here we go. Drop it for good luck. All right, pistons in the grease. We'll worry about it later. So I'm going to do one shock, and then I'll worry about the others. Now, the distance from the bottom of the shock body to the to this rod end is 10mm. I believe my pliers are 10mm, so I may be able to use them as a gauge. So hopefully, we'll see. This feels like it keeps spinning and spinning. Is this thing spinning inside? What's going on? No, I am spinning it correctly. No, maybe it was spinning inside. Let's see. All right, so I'll stomp right there. The next thing, I would put an E-clip on. I think Associated has the rod end. Well, I don't know, they do this too, but on their, I don't remember if it was their buggies in the short course, the SE 6.2. I don't know if they're on the 3 now. I think they're on the 3 now. Let's get this little thing out. They actually machine them, so you do not need E-clips, and then use a little screw on the top. Those are pretty easy to assemble. But I can imagine it probably costs a little more to make. That's probably why these are made this way, if I had to take a guess. But I can't imagine it being that much more. But maybe it is. Then again, if you're making millions and millions of the same part, I guess it adds up. Yeah, grease is not helping. All right. Let's try this again. Oops. I'll use the smaller ones. These will show better on the camera. There we go. And you all know the mistake that I made. That was on purpose to see if you would catch it. And that's not sliding this through. So don't do what I did. Put the piston on first. Piston always goes on first, and then the rod end after you've sent it through the body of the shock. I have no idea why I did this, to be honest, but you get to watch it. There we go. All right, shock body. Here's a shock body. Piston is ready. This will go in through here. And perfect. There we go. Now, I could use some grease, but I'm going to use this. So I do like the green slime for building shocks, but you can use grease. Here we go. There we go. put some of this stuff on the rods. I guess I can always smear it on now. The reason why I'm lubricating the rods, the shock rods, I'm doing this so that I don't chew up the O-ring. That's the only reason why. Other than that, there's no reason to do it. So, now that this has been lubricated, I can go ahead and slide this in. And then there's this little O-ring cover. It looks like a little hat. Make sure that the wide portion goes toward the bottom, and then you're going to see the smaller section. This goes up top. So when you put the cap, that lines up, so it centers it with the cap. That's the reason why. Now, when you're threading, I like going left, and then once I hear a click, that means that it has set properly, and then I'll start threading. This way, I run less of a risk of cross-threading the threads, plastic on plastic, or plastic on aluminum, even aluminum on aluminum. It's just easier. So just apply some pressure, go left, and then you'll hear it click, and you feel that little jump, and then you can start threading. So that's the way to go. All right, piston is good. And so now my pliers. See, just for kicks and giggles. All right, so these are less than 10 centimeters. Let's see. Is this the wrong one? Ready? Yes, it is, because it goes in smoothly. All right, so let's see, 10 millimeters. One more millimeter to go. One more. It's pretty much my pliers, because there's a little piece of plastic here. So once this piece of plastic hits my pliers, that's 10 centimeters from here to there. Millimeters, 10 millimeters. All right, so now that we have this, I am ready to apply the oil. And if you don't have pliers like these, you could use your snips, actually. Just make sure that you hold this by the threads. All right, good stuff. Let's see, what oil does the kit come with? Let's see. So this comes with 350, and it says over here, oh, this is thread locker. This looks red. Well, oil 350. 350 might be a little light. I think it would be really light, but I'll use it just so it's spec settings. I'll start with this, then probably end up using 400 after a few runs. We'll see. So once I put the oil, I just drive the piston up, and then I drive it down, and then let the air bubbles go up. There were some really big air bubbles. Now there's some smaller ones, so I'm gonna wait. I do have a shock stand, so something you can do is just put them all, build them all, put them on the shock stand, put the oil, and then work one at a time, and then just cycle through them, and you'll be good. Let's see. So the level, you want to go right, let me grab another body. That way I can bend it. So right to here, right to there, right where the diameter changes on the inside. That's where you want to fill it up with the oil, because this will sit inside and it will sit right in there. That's the reason why. So don't fill it all the way to the top, or else you're going to have a lot of spillage. Just fill it right to here. So What is this, 2 millimeters? Let's see, it might be 3 actually. It's about 3 millimeters from the top. Let's see, so now, so this is the cap, this is the larger portion, so that will go in this large hex, just like that, and then this just gets threaded on. And again, I like going left. As soon as I hear and feel that little click, that's when I start tightening everything up. Let's see, I don't think I'll have rebound, so I'll let it be. That'll be good. Alright, doesn't go all the way out. I'll check the rebound later. Alright, so now this one, same thing. So this is the collar, this is the shock collar. So the shock collar will go here. All right. Nope. And this is how you can adjust your right height with the shocks. I'm not feeling the click. Oh, there we go. So I've oiled my hand, so it's making it difficult to turn. There we go. Let's see, now these springs, these, all right, so there's white and yellow for the springs, and it appears the yellow springs go in the front, the white springs go in the rear. So yellow front, and that's how you can tell your shocks apart. And then this, you just slip on, it'll go right in here. That's it. So now I need to adjust the collar. There we go. So that is it. And if I were completely finished, then I could just snap these on the car. Well, I guess I'll go ahead and install one. Why not? So the way it's going to work is I always look for the shiny side, and the shiny sides, this will go in here. So this part should just snap right in place. If not, just use some pliers. Camera, yes. Brute force, eh? Let's see. There we go, brute force. And then this one, shiny part, right here. This isn't good. Oh, there we go, all right, maybe. No, this is not good. Huh. Are there two different ones? So the problem that I'm having here all right, I see what the problem, no. So if this is hitting up here. So there's two things that I would have to do. So if you look through, right in through, no, it's not showing. But anyway, let me show you. So say this is the ball stud, this is the hole. They're like this. Oh wait, no, other way, sorry. Let me do it this way. So this is the hole. So ball stud's over here. wait, no, it's like this, which means that I have to move the shock this way. That's the way it is. I have to move it this way, but in order to move it this way, that means I have to push it, which means that this hits. I'm going to have to add spacers to the top, and I'm going to go back to the page where I originally built that and see, no, those were the spacers that were in the bag. So I have no idea. Let me just double check. Hold on. No, I'm kidding. I know you can pause the video. You can pause it, you can fast forward, but let me see. Based on what I'm seeing here, trying to see that part where I install those. There's only one spacer. See, this is the front. There's only one spacer. So these things don't really fit. So definitely need more spacers here. I need to figure out what to do. I mean, if I put this in here, my worry, to be honest, is that in an impact this will pop out. Maybe it will happen, maybe it will not. But oh well, let's go ahead and install it. That's what the manual says. I can't find anything else. If you have anything that I missed, please let me know. It's an expensive kit. It's affordable. All right, but that's the way it would fit. All right, let's see. Servo time. Based on this, this goes forward. Servo's going to go in here. Really? There's no bushing? All right, so there's only bushings on the top. That's all right. Let's see. Size of the screws. They should both be. One of them's a button. So button. Those look like 8 millimeters. Well, actually, no. Yes, these should be 8. So it's 2 button 8 millimeter screws. These are it. And then countersunk screws, 8 millimeters. So those are these right here. And let's see. So let's go ahead and start. So I'll do the button screw because the button screw goes at the bottom. Right through here. All right, and this one goes up here. Now I'm using what came with the car, although I do prefer the Protec bushings, the ones that come with the servo. Now this is not a servo that you would generally use on this vehicle. You would generally use a low profile servo, which is much shorter, or at least on touring cars for weight. This is what I happen to have right now. And the way the suspension sort of binds, I haven't been able to fix it. It's not that it binds, it's not very smooth. And it should move freely, but it doesn't, and nothing is over tightened at all. But I mean there, so if I place it here, it should. See? So I have no idea, to be honest, what is causing it. I'm thinking it's just the design, the way these things are designed. Could be, I have no idea. But this servo won't care because it's so strong. And it's actually overkill. This would be something for a short course. This would be a 4-wheel drive short course servo right here. This is the 155S. So let's see. All right, what parts am I missing? Should be. it's a post. Here we go. All right. Which way? All right, so this thread's in this way. If you look at the post, this side is pretty much a straight hole, and this one over here looks as if it were countersunk slightly. This is going to be the easier side to stick a screw through. And my recommendation would be to grab the screw with the bushing and then start threading it before you even attempt to hold it behind the servo to actually thread it that way. And we'll go right through here. Now we'll actually set it on the servo. So on this side, actually I don't need this button screw, I only needed one. So I'll go ahead and tighten this up here. And now we have this. This is, which way does this go? That's a good question. This should be bracing everything, but if I place it here, if I had to take a wild guess, on a shorter servo, you'd probably be able to screw something here. Or maybe it's for a different setup. Maybe it's for the shorter wheelbase or something else. I'm not sure. But there's supposed to be 8 countersunk screws. So that's, sorry, I don't know why I said 8 countersunk screws. 3 8mm countersunk screws. Well, I guess we could all come to the conclusion that I was thinking faster than I was talking. Huh. Let's try the other one. And there's, now I can go ahead and just snug this one up, and that is it. Snug is all you need, really. But this is it. So this is the reinforcement plate. That's the side plate, so it will mount actually just here on the chassis, just in the center. But this is what it looks like. So then you would take your servo horn, make sure you run some power through it, and make sure this is in neutral, and then you just place your servo horn there as straight as possible in neutral. If it's slightly off one way or the other, you may have to adjust it with trim or the length of the steering arm. So that's something to keep in mind. Now that this is set in place, this would go right in here and should, there's a total of 4 holes. This chassis is stiff enough as it is. If you use all 4 of them, it would act as a brace and be really, really stiff. And maybe that's what you want. Now the kit calls for 3 screws. So 3 instead of the, wait, I think I said 4. There's 5. 1, 2, 3, 4. Nope, yeah, there's just 4. No? Yes, there are 4. So I guess the question is, which one do I want to use? Part of me thinks, let's see. Cannot really tell based on the picture. It appears to be these 3. 1, 2, 3. So I'll use the back 3. There we go. That is it. Now, normally before you install the servo horn would be there, but I don't have a servo horn to install. Well, I have to check the length first. So once this is here, then I'll check the length, measure, and then worry about it. I think I have an 18 millimeter horn. I might need a 20. But let's see. So next step. The next step would be the arm. So the arm, and I'm calling it the arm, but it's this. So it's the tie rod for the steering. So I'm going to be using this one right here, the one with the little square. And it will be, these are the only rod ends that I see, so it should be these. So the lines are on this side, so this must be left-hand thread. So if I go left, it should tighten. And it appears that it is tightening. So that is good. What's this? Perfect. All right. And let's see. Should have shaped this off. All right, let's see. So now it actually fits. I said left hand. So the overall length should be 43.7. That's the initial length, but it will probably need to be extended or shortened. All right. Now I can work the other side. There we go. Which means that I can now install this here. Which I actually do not like installing things like this. I'm going to use my long nose needles to try to see if I can reach. I'm not sure if this will reach. I just don't want to put pressure on the steering system. Oh, maybe. There we go, that works. Just don't want to press down because this is floating, that's the reason why. But I'm not sure if you can tell, but see, if this were free, this would just slide over, but it's not. All right, so after this, get a little twist. There we go. Actually, I could use the short servo horn. But you would use this for the servo horn, so that would go in here. And I can actually just install this so it's not rolling about. That would actually be a good idea. So go ahead and set this. I don't think I'm going to be able to make this. Should have thought of this beforehand. Not the first time. Doing it this way, I might as well use the other ones. I was hoping I could get it in there, but I can't. Maybe if I tried hard enough, I would. There we go. So I'll leave this here, but this would, servo horn, that would go in the servo horn. So at this point, I'm going to start working with the batteries. So the battery's going to go in here. Now that I think about it. Yep, battery's on the same side. Yeah, battery's on the right. Here we go. So let's see, countersunk screws. What do I have? There's a little set screw. What screws are these? Button screws. Countersunk. All right. Well, here we go. So these are the parts now that I'm going to be using. And so this is what's going to hold your battery. Now, the long claws, or these are going to go on the outside. The short ones are going to go on the inside. And you want to align them to where this block, this is going to be the bottom portion. So this will be the bottom portion, and this will be the outside that will hold it. So this will sit like this, and this will sit like this. And that's where the battery will go. But there should also be some stoppers here. Oh, maybe it's just one. Interesting. All right, so it's just one. Oh, and this is threaded on. All right, that's something. So the reason why I was saying there should be some stoppers is usually there is something here that one can adjust to hold the battery so that the battery is not sliding back and forth. And this is it. So if your battery is bigger, you would just screw it in further or farther in. And if it's small, then you just back it out. Now, to the good stuff. All right, so this bushing goes in here. Let's see, which way does this go? This goes up. All right, so if you look inside, this side is the perfect size for the bushing. So that's where the bushing goes, and that's going to be the bottom part. So bushing will go in here, that's the bottom part, and then in here you're going to see some little weird triangles. This is going to be spring loaded. That's why there's two little springs in there. So we'll do that. All right. And the other item that we will need, actually no, I screwed up. Bushing doesn't even go there. Let me look at the picture correctly. Bushing goes in here. Those long, oh, these little rods. No, yes, that's the way it works. All right, so, oh, wait, nope. I did not. Wait, huh? Yes, I did it wrong, so I apologize. This is how the battery bit works. So don't put the bushings in. That's where the springs go. So I accidentally put the bushings where the springs go. I was looking at the image the wrong way. So the springs will go in here, right in here. And then these, so these little things, these will go back there and they fit that. Okay, that's a perfect fit. Now the bushing will actually go below that piece. So that's the order. So it's bushing, this bit, that, and then the spring on top. That is the order to follow. And then the screws, let's see. Let me just look at what hole and screws would go there. It's these. Does it say how far in? I'm trying to see how far in I'm supposed to screw this. 3x16. I guess I'll figure it out. Here we go. And I'm going to drill this in the center. Double checking. does not say how far in. That's probably too far. The only reason why I'm saying this is because of the bushing. So if the bushing is supposed to sit here, that's not going to grip. So I am going to back it out. And nope, that's not it. What if I can use a 7mm? Yes. All right, so that's a 7. It's very lightly snug. You don't need anything more than that. So now go ahead and drop this in. All right, I am going to have to shift this slightly. If I can loosen. There we go. All right, that's better. And now 6mm button screw. It's one of these little guys. And this is supposed to hold the spring. And it does. There we go. Now you can always try to line it up perfect, but that works to hold the battery angled in that way. And that's the front, so the front is ready to go. So now I can use the countersunk screws, of which I'm pretty sure wait, no. Oh, yes, I'm pretty sure I'm missing one. Oh, no big deal. Maybe not. All right. So now I can work on the rear one. And you can always put grease on here and that'll help it go through. That should be far enough. That's not the 7. All right, let's see, how does this fit? There we go. All right, so now for the 6mm screw. All right. Perfect. So this little grub screw, if you already have screws in your gears, you don't need it. That's for the gear. So that might be a spare. In my case, that's a spare because my gears have screws already in them. Or at least the gears I would use on this thing. All right, that's it. That holds the battery. We'll set this off to the side. Those don't go anywhere here. Oh, I see. All right, so these two screws, you're going to use those to mount the motor. That little set screw that I was pointing at, that's for the gear. And then there's one tiny screw. I have no idea what that one's for, because everything else seems to be fine. It might be to hold the servo horn in the servo. So that this might be for the servo horn. But anyway, I don't need it, so I'll put it off to the side. And now for the very last bag. Bag 8. Let's go ahead and open this. And we'll see what we have here. Let's see, bumper, posts. This is kind of cool. I like this. Probably will last longer than the foam ones. Heavier. Let's see. There we go. All right, so now I have all the parts off. Put the blade off to the side. And the bumper. So the bumper will be the first thing that I will do. And go here. I'm going to use 2 screws. So this calls for 2 screws first. So it's 2 countersunk screws, and those countersunk screws are 8 millimeters. So that would be these. And then I'll finish them off by hand. Alright, and now for the front post, put the rears off to the side. This is going to be for the antenna, so I am not going to be using this. Here we go, so these are square. And let's see, should be 8 millimeter. That's the remaining 2. These are the 8 millimeters. Which is interesting because I don't see any other countersunk screws, and I do not have a screw for the center of the bumper. So I'm wondering if I'm even going to use one. So that's for this one here. I mean, I have screws in my screw box, but it's not in the kit. Alright, so those screws are set, and now that they are set, I can grab the bumper. So the bumper, there's a flat side and then there's a curved side. So if you see that, so top is facing top right now, bottom is bottom. And this will just go in here. Oh, I missed that. So there's these little tabs on the post. Make sure they're horizontal. So it'll be a quick fix. That's it. This just slides on, so it should fit just like that. That's the way it should fit. Now there should be a top brace. Usually bumpers have a top brace, and that should be this one. Perfect. And this brace should go on top, so here, and then attaches there. So this part goes into that countersunk section, and it will go just like that. So now I get to use the button screws, and let's see, button screws. So 6 millimeters for the top, those are the short ones right here, and then the 8 millimeters will go on the bottom. There we go. All right, good stuff. So the bumper is set. Now I need to work with the rear. One of the nice things about this car is it does come with the horizontal post. It's going to be a little more challenging to drill the holes because you have to measure the height as opposed to them being vertical. But the nice thing about the horizontal post is if you get hit from the rear, the likelihood of the body tucking under the tire is very, very low. So yeah, you run a very low chance of getting body tuck when you're running. Now this will face forward, and this will actually sit right on these rearward holes right there. But before I mount it, oh, I guess I could mount it. I could mount these. So these go right up here. So these will go in here. And for this, you'll use the long ones, which are the last ones. Those are the 10 millimeter. All right, so we'll drive it in a little farther. Right there. And now the remaining two screws, those are the 6 millimeter screws. Those are going to be holding it onto the car. Here we go. Right here. And that's it for the build. Now, a really quick note about the motor. I am going to install the wheels. The motor, you're going to use those two screws. You'll fit the motor, but the meshing is something that you want to keep in mind. So the first thing is align the motor, just have it snug, put the pinion in there, and then tighten the pinion to where it lines with the spur. So this is the spur, the pinion would go on the motor. Now once they're aligned, then loosen the motor and then bring it close. Just grab a piece of binder paper if you're not very good going by feel, and then put the piece of binder paper in there, hold them together, and then tighten the motor, spin it, spit the binder paper out, and then usually the mesh is perfect after that. That's really all you need. For the electronics, if you want them to be neat, just grab a driver, for example, a Phillips screwdriver, and then just wrap this around the driver, just helically. And then when you remove it, it's going to look like a little spring. So it'll look similar to this and that and that. So that's how you do that. All right, well, that is it for the build. I am going to put the tires, but I'll do that in the beginning part for the introduction. So, I hope this build was, I guess, entertaining, informative more than anything. I hope it was informative. I am thankful if you watched all the way to the end, so thank you very much for watching, and I'll catch you in the next one.
Oh, my hand! My tongue! My rod!